Okay. This is the Manuel. You got an intro from the book writer. I love games. It's the little kid in me who refuses to grow up. The very same child who plays Let's Pretend all day in his office and gets paid for it. I write highly improbable stories about people who find themselves living in a very unusual landscape. A world populated by fantastic creatures, ancient magics, and rogues and villains of all stripe. I've wasted hours in front of computers playing games when I should have been working. Like most every one of you. My first encounter with a computer game was the infamous Adventure. I played it on the university's computer when I should have been typing runtime exercises for my class in programming. Rather than work, I'd sit up all night in the computer center facing the alien green screen of a flickering TTY terminal, trying to find whatever silly item I needed to get to the next room, or I'd find another silly item I needed somewhere else. Like most of you, every once in a while I'd think, why can't these games be more like a good fantasy adventure novel? The games are one thing and books are another, right? Seemed that way for years. Computer role-playing was either a glorified arcade game with names of fantasy characters hung onto a computer graphic with no other relationship to the literary work it was based upon, or it was basic fantasy role-playing run by a computer. Kick down a door, kill something, get treasure, go up in power, get better at kicking down doors, killing things, and getting treasure. So you go to the next level where the doors are harder to break down, monsters are tougher, and the treasures are harder to find. After a while, it's all pretty much the same. That's gonna be exactly what this game is. I don't know what he's talking about. You know, that's how it's gonna be. Then over the last few years, some folks introduced problem solving. Sure, you still had to kill a lot of ugly buglies to get the Wand of Chaos, but once you got it, you could defeat the evil wizard Wartface and save the kingdom. Still a pretty pale imitation of a good fantasy novel, right? So then folks added more colorful graphics and pretty pictures and sound and animation, and it's still pretty basic stuff for the most part. By their nature, books and games ask you to do two different things. A book asks you to fasten your seatbelt, while the author takes you for a ride. The game asks you to participate and make decisions. Given the nature of computers today, no matter how fast they evolve, there's still a limit to the amount of information you can put in a computer on your desktop. While the author of a novel can take you any place and show you anything. I have an unlimited special effects budget when I work, and I don't have to fret over memory size or how fast the CPU the reader owns. The mind is still the best computer for dreaming up wonders. Jeez. This dude's wordy. How's it going, Slay the Beast? So when John Cutter and the folks at Dynamics said they wanted to design a game that felt like one of your books, I said, right, with a knowing wink and a nod. But being polite, I listened and we talked. We talked some more. You're now about to experience the results of those talks. Games can never be like books, but this new game, Betrayal at Krondor, is as close as I've seen a game get. How'd they do it? Dynamics put a lot of thought into doing more than drawing nice characters on the screen and giving them names from my books as they jump over trolls and duck fire blasts from wizards. They have more here than a simple arcade game or a simple fantasy game. They put time and energy into saying, what if the player were going to act as a character in a new book? One that takes place after a darkness at Sethanon. Dynamics didn't just license a game, hang character names on generic icons and call it a Rift War game. They spent hours talking to me about all manner of things in a heartfelt attempt to get it right. The object of the exercise was always to be the first computer game that felt it was part of a good adventure novel. This guy way overestimates how good a book is. Yeah, I know he's an author, but still. He seems to have no good understanding of how good games actually are. Even back then, they were still better than books. Which is what this game has evolved into being. You possess what will be. I hope the first in a series of games that I believe reflect the feeling of my work, or as much as is possible in a game. When you cross paths with Prince, Arutha, or Jimmy and Locklear, they act pretty much as I expect them to act. And when you have decided what to do next, they react to your choice pretty much as I would expect. When you travel across the map of the kingdom, it's pretty much the same map as you find in the books. I feel pride and satisfaction that I was the author Dynamics chose to include in this project. That my work was the model upon which these beautiful works of computer fiction were based. I thank everyone at Dynamics for thinking highly enough of my original works or words to want to do it. For listening to me when I put in my 2 cents worth. For those of you familiar with my novels, I think you're going to recognize the landscape. And for you who haven't read any of my work, I hope you'll enjoy this visit enough to want to read some of the work upon which it is based. So quit reading this and go play the game. Enjoy your visit to Midkemia. The author was born in 1945, lived most of his life in Southern California, graduated from University of California in 1977. What the crap, he's 32 years old when he graduated from college? Seems odd. Weiss first made publishing history with his epic novel Magician, which was later split into 2 novels, Magician Apprentice and Magician Master. They were then followed up by the best-selling novels Silverthorn, Darkness of Sethanon, and Prince of the Blood, all featuring the twin fantasy worlds of Midkemia and Keluan. He also co-authored a series of books with Janny Wirtz featuring the deadly Sarani culture and Daughter of the Empire, Servant of the Empire, and Mistress of the Empire. Weiss now writes full-time and resides in San Diego, California. And he also was the writer for that game that bankrupted a state, bankrupted Rhode Island. So that's cool. That was way after this game. Designer notes. While I've been an enthusiastic fan of role-playing games for a number of years, I was never a big fan of the popular fantasy literature. The novels I looked at seemed to be little more than romanticized versions of Tolkien's classic Middle-earth tales. Then I picked up a copy of Magician Apprentice by Raymond E. Feist. Here is a book filled with marvelous images of incredible worlds, and a real emphasis on character development, political intrigue, and military tactics and strategies. It was obvious to me that there was material for a great game here. Heck, 100 great games. I called Ray's agent the next day. Ray was fantastic to work with. He consulted with us tirelessly, answering questions and offering suggestions and advice. Together we were determined to create a new story, an interactive computer adventure that would feel like a new Rift War book. We decided the game would be an interactive story. Characters would be multi-dimensional and capable of stirring the player's emotions. The story would be carefully plotted with lots of surprises, a good mix of humor and pathos, and an abundant amount of mystery and foreshadowing to keep the player intrigued. Balancing player play against plot is the most confounding job any game designer can face on a fantasy role-playing game. In Betrayal at Krondor, we have integrated our plot so that it provides ample gaming opportunities, while also giving the player a sense of time, place, and purpose. This is achieved by making an on-screen map available to the player at all times, and by creating short-term goals. The 9 chapters in the game, which give us a unique opportunity to tell a progressive story that still gives the player plenty of freedom to explore and adventure, without being confined to a scripted plot. Next, we built a tactical combat game with detailed character interaction and an elaborate magical system to please our most demanding fantasy role-playing gamers. The end result is that we are proud to have created a new, fulfilling direction for fantasy role-playing entertainment. We look forward to creating future installments in our Rift War legacy. We think you will look forward to playing them. So this is the only Krondor game. I guess the old Raymond E. Feist must not have wanted to let them keep using it, or they just didn't pay him again. I know I saw a thing that next game was called like Betrayal of Indara or some crap, and it's not even the same author, not in the same world or anything. It says it's because their license expired to use the Rift War Legacy or whatever. Alright, gameplay. So Betrayal at Krondor is an entirely new story based on the best-selling Rift War novels by Raymond E. Feist, and it's the first serious attempt to present... We already read this crap. It's like the same exact stuff repeated. The 3rd time now. Gameplay within each of the 9 unique chapters is totally non-linear. You do have a goal that must be accomplished before you can see the rest of the story. But how that goal is accomplished is entirely up to you. There is no time limit, so if you want to roam around the world, talking to characters, killing monsters, and finding treasure, that's fine. In fact, at the beginning of the game, this strategy may even be necessary to help you and your party prepare for the increasingly fierce opponents you will face as you head south to Krondor. Each chapter contains a number of unique characters and monsters. Even though you don't necessarily need to face the danger of the Dimwood Forest in Chapter 1, there's nothing to prevent you from going there. And you will find a new set of monsters if you choose to return there in Chapter 2. It's almost like having 9 different games for the price of one. Like a book, the character you are playing with or reading about will change, leave, and reappear based on the chapter. The purpose of this section is to give an overview of game commands and functions. You will find installation and system-specific controls in the quick reference card. Take action or use an item, right-click is examine. Let's see. Get started, you can push spacebar to skip the opening animation, or skip to the next page. Okay. Restore games. Is this save and load? Oh, it's the load function on the front menu. What the heck is step size? Party takes medium steps, so the party can take large steps for faster movement. Changing step size does not affect gameplay. It will still take the same amount of time to reach a given destination. Okay. What's the point of it then? Take speed. Wait until you push a key. Or a medium speed or fast speed. You can toggle a bunch of the sounds and stuff. We're using an enhanced mod as well as somebody made. I think it makes it so that the audio can loop and everything, which it doesn't normally. So right now, this is actually the game in the background playing the music. It's in the game. You can turn the introduction on or off. Okay. How crap could you have a game without an horizon? Like, there always has to be some kind of horizon for you to see in front of you. Unless it just puts like a... You can't even see at all in front of you. See the contents. At the beginning and end of each chapter, you will view a non-interactive cinematic scene to advance the story and suggest your party's goal for the upcoming chapter. Use this page to view the sequences as many times as you'd like. Only watch the chapters you have finished, okay? Travel screen. This tells you what direction you're going in. Action buttons over here, it says. Got a map button. Camp. I don't know what this one is. Magic, probably. Let's see what it says. Follow road. Guess that's this one. Must be standing in the center of the road to choose this option. Follow road button is active when an illustration of a road receding into the distance appears on it. When selected, the image on the button will change to a road with an arrow, indicating that the party will now automatically follow the road. Now when it's selected, follow the main road wherever it leads if you hold down the forward button on the movement icon. Only time the party will stop is if the road forks or comes to a T. Turn into a direction for where you want to go. You got a cast button, a spell glyph. Uh-oh, you gotta draw stuff on here? The circle on the left is one of up to 4 magical symbols, each neatly dividing into smaller segments. Each one will contain a unique glyph for each spell known by the caster. Okay, so you don't have to do anything. It says something about gemstones, though. The spell can be cast within the range of health and stamina points. The gemstones around the circle will be highlighted. The number of stones represents the number of magic users' health or stamina points that will be used in order to cast the spell. Spells like health? Duck crap. Spells that require high health and stamina points are more powerful and effective, but carry a disadvantage of weakening the caster. Maybe it's like a, so maybe it's talking about like sustained spells where they have like an aura going or something like that. Camp helps you rest. Camp at night when it's difficult to travel without a torch or a magic spell to light the way. Camp, a gemstone studded sundial will appear in place of the main new window. What time of day? Okay. Upper half's day, bottom half's night. Okay. How's it going, Ryu? Yeah, I don't know about this one so far. I mean, we're just looking at the manual. I like how the author tries to like bash video games the entire time that he's talking about how he was working on a video game with them. He's like, but if you make a book, like it's like you have no limits, man. Yeah, because you can't put words on a video game, you know? Like, that's not even possible, right? Yeah, he kept on, like, reiterating that this is the first time that a novel-like experience is in a video game. And then also claimed to have played a bunch of video games, which can't even be true if he thinks that. Dude was like 60 years old whenever he did this, though, so. So he was born in 1945. Like probably 50 something. I don't know when this one came out. I do need to look that up still. Probably in this manual somewhere. He played Pong. But he spoke about, he said his first game was Adventure. He used to play in the computer lab on the green screens. But he must have missed out on playing, I don't know, like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, like all the games that are better adventure games than this, probably. Well, he's talking about like the fantasy novel aspect of it cooler. He's not actually talking about the adventure part of it though. So yeah, we beat PoE 2. You beat the final boss dude and then it, like, makes you spawn back at this Act 1 without like any conclusion because they only include the first like 3 acts. I was like, what happened? I thought they were gonna like do some kind of twist on Act 1 to like completely change it and actually use that as Act 4. But no, they just like excluded the last 3 acts of the entire game for the... They claim that they did it on purpose because it's just an early access, but you know that crap's not done. You know they don't have anything done past those first 3 acts. They're just lying if they're trying to say they do. Well, I mean, what they even already have out's not ready either, but, you know. They released it anyway. You can't camp while there's enemies nearby. Can you camp in dungeons? Names of characters suffering from a debilitating condition: sick, drunk, plagued, poisoned, appears in red. Drunk is debilitating? Oh man, that's supposed to make you stronger, but stupid, right? It's like a buff and debuff. Yeah, when it does take you to Act 1 though, it is in a harder mode. So like there actually are still 6 acts to go through. But like, you know, it's actually just 3 acts on repeat. And the second set is just hard mode. like just playing on Nightmare on Diablo 2. Drops better gear and everything. There's so many words talking about camping. Sleeping in the discomfort of the wilds will only restore a character to 80% of their health and stamina rating. Oh, okay. Rating will return to its normal black color when this figure is reached. So even if you're injured, it's red. Okay. Map. Zoom out. Zoom in. Why did they put these arrows like this? It makes it so much harder to understand it. Like they could have just put the words on top of the buttons with a good contrasting color. Okay, full map. Zoom out, zoom in. They could have at least put these vertically above each other like they were with the buttons. And camp in main. Okay. Seems pretty straightforward. Is there anything in here that talks about like traveling to or seeing locations or anything? Triangle is you. Buttons on the bottom are replaced with follow road options if you're following a road. Okay. So, traveling on the map is very fast. Especially when you're zoomed in. Shouldn't it be the opposite? Should it go faster if you're zoomed further out? But it carries a disadvantage of not allowing you to see interesting and possibly valuable items beside the road or dangerous adversaries in your path. You're in an underground dungeon, mine, or sewer. The map works differently. The entire map was initially dark. As you wander around, more of it is revealed. Okay, so it has Fog of War on it. Shows you where you are and where you haven't been. I guess you can't make notes on the map or anything, so that's pretty trash. It's good to know, like, when, like, at least be able to mark your entrance point so you know how to get out. Full map. This shows the whole world. I also got the world over here. Here's the map it came with. I don't know where you start in the game though. You can see like Krondor is down here. It said as like set after darkness is Sethanon, so maybe you start right here where Sethanon is. So if you go west and then south, you go to Krondor. That's where you start. Yeah, that'll give us a little reference so we can look at that when we need it. Maybe you start at North Warden. That would suck. It's like in the entire opposite side of the map. Krondor's down here. North Warden's up there. It did say you can get yourself in trouble and go wherever you want. But that the game's split into like 9 chapters and it'll swap your characters you're playing as with each chapter based on who's in the story at the time, which is probably gonna suck. Hopefully at least one of the party members is always in your party, like the front guy. So you'll have you know, at least someone to lean on. Use a bookmark to quickly save a game without leaving the travel screen. It'll be saved under bookmark. Great. Uh-oh, I saved when I found a chest. You know, any traps everywhere on this game? I use valid DOS 8 character name. Like exit. Shut down. It's a talk button. Some dialogues initiate automatically, other times you can talk by clicking on a character and then pushing. You'll see a cursor change to the word talk. Okay. Possible questions will appear as keyword buttons at the bottom of the screen. Oh good, so you have to type crap in like on the Wizardry games. The more you know, the more your character can learn by asking questions. Huh. Ratings and skills. Okay, click on the dudes to look at their ratings. They're represented by swords with a red bar on them. Character can only improve skills by practicing them. To improve the rate at which a skill increases, select the sword handle that represents the desired skill. The fewer you select, the greater the increase. Skills also improve slowly if none are selected. Okay, so you need to select skills right away. Understanding the skills, got 4 ratings: health, stamina, strength, and speed. A number of skills including lockpicking, haggling, and stealth. And scouting, and barding, and weaponcraft, and armorcraft, and assessment. Well, it isn't necessary to understand the way ratings and skills work in order to enjoy the game. You may be interested in learning more about how these calculations are made. Each rating and skill has a potential value and a current value. Current value is an indication of a character's condition at that moment in time. A character with 32 stamina is hit with a sword, his potential stamina will remain 32, but his current stamina will drop. What? Should I make his health drop, not his stamina? Maybe both. You may find some useful items or potions that could cause a large, though temporary, increase in your current ratings or skills when used in combat. The effect will usually wear off at the end of battle. See, improve your character's potential rating is very difficult. Ratings have no upper limit. Why are they a percentage then? Oh, the skills have percentages, but the ratings are like health and stuff. Okay. They'll usually show up as gradual improvements over time. So you don't have levels on this game? I guess you just like Final Fantasy II it. Skills will vary from 0 to 100 and will increase the more they are used. If a character's lockpicking skill or uses lockpicking, it goes up by a fractional amount each time he successfully picks a lock. The closer it gets to 100, the harder it will be to affect an increase in the skill. Some conditions are alleviated by prolonged rest, others require service at a temple. Sick characters can only be healed by resting for extended periods of time. And we're gonna get dysentery. We're gonna die crossing that river. get dang old drowned. When a character is injured, damage sustained is subtracted from his stamina rating. When it is depleted, his health begins to go down. If the character's health goes down to 0, they're critically injured. Ratio of current health to potential health affects the remainder of a character's ratings and skills by a proportionate amount. His health is 50% of his potential health, and all his other ratings and skills will automatically be 50% of their potential values. Man, that's terrible. So if you get hurt with your health, you just like are immediately worse at everything. Man. For example, a character with 35 health and 10 stamina is attacked during a combat round, receives 10 points of damage. His stamina drops to 0, but his health remains at 35. The rest of his ratings and skills will be unchanged. If the next stroke does an additional 10 points of damage, his stamina will remain at 0, but his health will drop by 10 from 35 to 25. His current health is 71% of his potential health. Therefore, his other current ratings and skills will drop to 71% of their potential values as well. His speed will drop from 5 to 4. While resting or after using restorative, a character's overall physical condition will begin to go up. His current health will increase first until it reaches the potential health. Then his current stamina will go up until it reaches the potential stamina. Okay, so stamina is a buffer for health, and if health falls, all of your skills fall. That's all they had to say. They wrote like a gigantic paragraph about it. Let's see, strength. Physical strength determines the amount of damage a character can inflict with hand-to-hand combat. Decreases when the character's health is reduced. They already said everything does. Strength will improve slowly over time with each successful sword or staff strike. Current strength can sometimes be modified by magical strength boosters, which gives a temporary boost to the potential rating, or increase it above the potential rating, but only during combat. Speed is expressed in terms of steps. Indicates the number of steps a character may take during his turn in combat. Your potential speed rating will not change over the course of the game. You can never get faster? What kind of crap is that? Man. That sucks. Defense is expressed as a percentage. It's based on the calculation to determine how many health stamina points a character will lose due to a successful enemy strike in combat. Defense simulates a character dodging or ducking slightly so as not to receive the full effects of a blow. High defense skills will also cause an enemy opponent to miss more often. Oh, defense is a percentage here? So can you raise that by getting swung at a bunch of times? Like, didn't really explain if it's based on armor or anything. It just said that it's a calculation. That's not a good explanation of the ability. How do you make it go up? Let's see, crossbow accuracy. It's how accurate a character would be if he fires an arrow at an enemy that's 2 steps away. Skills 45%. You have a 45% of hitting an enemy 2 steps away. Dude, can you imagine if you're like, if your profession is like a ranger or archer or whatever, and your character, and you have a 45% chance of hitting someone 2 steps away from you with a crossbow? Like, like the worst archer ever. It's like holding the gun sideways and upside down or something, and like running at the same time. Like, what? How could you be that inaccurate with a crossbow? These figures assume you are firing a normal quarrel. You will find some quarrels that have better accuracy. Remember, accuracy is also affected by distance. The further a character is from his opponent, the less chance he will have to hit him. It's too close. Yeah, but it says that there that's even worse if they're farther than 2 steps away. 4 steps? That's gonna be like 20% chance, man. I can't shoot that far. That's like... Oh, man. Let's see, melee accuracy. The weight and class of sword used affects the chance of hitting an opponent. Alright. Caster inaccuracy requires line of sight. That's only used for spells that require line of sight. And it's affected by distance, just like the crossbow. Assessment affects how much information can be gathered by a character when using the assess option during combat. A character can learn a number of things by taking a moment to size up his opponent. By studying an opponent's movements, he might determine that a particular foe is very quick or very slow. You might notice a limp or see him favoring one side of his body over the other due to an injury. Some of the things you will learn in this way will be more valuable than others. The higher the assessment skill is, the more information will be displayed. But can you like attack body parts or something? Why is it gonna matter if they have a limp? I guess you know that you could like run off from them. You could get distance between them and your characters. Weapon craft. Deployed whenever you use a whetstone to repair a damaged sword. The figure you will see by a sword when it is in your inventory indicates its condition. The number goes down slightly each time a sword is used in combat. You repair the sword by dragging a whetstone over it and releasing, the sword's condition will improve. Assuming it has not recently been repaired, the higher the character's weapon craft skill, the more the condition will improve. It's important to check your sword often, as the blade will gradually suffer damage until it is essentially a worthless piece of metal. It will last much longer if you keep it in good repair with a whetstone. I'd rather just have my character get so strong that he doesn't care about the condition of the sword and just like effectively uses it as a club than to have to repair it. That would be even more useful. I wonder if you make your weapon really junky though, is if you can raise your melee accuracy faster by having to hit the enemy more times to kill him. Get them strats, you know? It's gotta make sure you can survive for that amount of time. Let's see, armor craft. Dual wield the shield, yeah. I don't know if there are shields. When I looked at the menu on the game, it just had like weapon and armor. That was it. I don't think it has shields. They didn't invent shields yet. They get a freaking crossbow, but they haven't made a shield yet. Let's see. So you got a percentage on your armor. Goes down every time you take a hit. You can repair it with armor's hammers. So it's the same as the sword one. Barding. Skill that can be used in taverns to gain gold. If your skills are good enough or the patrons are drunk enough, you will be paid for your efforts. The amount of gold you receive in the barding skill level requires to loosen their coin purses. Will vary greatly from tavern to tavern. In general, there is more gold to be had in larger city taverns. However, those patrons also tend to be more discerning, or will throw you out if your music is not to their liking. To Bard, move the cursor up to the tavern interior and find the loot. As you move the cursor over it, it will change to the word Bard. Push the left button to complete the action. That's how you play guitar as well. You just click on the guitar and it plays. So I play my guitar over here. Let's see, practice barding. If you can find a practice loot, you can practice your skills by going to a character's inventory and selecting it. Then click on the use button. Repeated practice will cause the character's barding skill to increase. Oh man, that sounds like the way to do it. Click that thing like 1,000 times, you'll be maxed out and walk into the inns and get as much money as you want from everybody by scamming them with your music. Haggling is an important means of lowering the price of items for sale. You will notice that prices vary, sometimes dramatically, from shop to shop. It's based on the whims of the shopkeeper, who will attempt to make as much profit as possible. Generally, you will find better prices in larger cities and towns. When the party enters a shop, each item for sale will be displayed with a price. When you pick up an item using the left button, drag it to one of the character's globes at the bottom of the screen, the menu will appear with the following choices: accept, decline, or haggle. Not all shopkeepers will haggle, but if you select this button, you can attempt to get the price for the item reduced by haggling. Chance of success is based on your haggle skill. If the character attempts to purchase the item, or if the character attempting to purchase the item, be careful. If the attempt is unsuccessful, the shopkeeper may get angry and refuse to sell you the item at all. Dang. Lockpicking is the ability to pick locks and disarm traps. Oh dear. Traps again, of course. Why can't they like can never resist putting traps on everything on these freaking D&D style games? It's really annoying. It makes it so lockpicking's like 100% required. You can't not take it, or you're just dead. It seemed like they were like obsessed with lockpicking. Scouting allows you to detect enemy ambushes as the party is moving around in the world. The party member with the highest scouting skills automatically chosen as the party's scout. If an ambush situation is detected, a warning message will appear. At this point, you have two choices: continue and risk running into the ambush, or go back or around the situation. Okay. Stealth is used when one of the characters in your party has detected a potential ambush situation with his scouting skill. The chance of successfully sneaking past is directly related to the stealth rating of the worst party member. That means you gotta turn stealth on everybody too if you don't want to get ambushed. It's also used when you select an opponent in an attempt to gain an initiative advantage. Once again, the chance of successfully sneaking up on an enemy, catching him off guard, is directly related to the stealth of the worst party member. Wow! So it hoses your party if anyone has bad stealth rating. Fairy chests. A fairy chest in ears of corn drew me from my way. But when I spied its lock, I cried. For answer I would pay. In the Kingdom of the Isles, a farmer will occasionally stumble across a strange locked chest in his fields. Folk myth contends that these are fairy chests containing items lost by individuals who have somehow displeased Banath. They are actually boxes which traveling Mordhel used to pass messages back and forth. Most kingdom couriers refuse to travel in the lawless Northlands and will not venture past Inclindale Pass or Cutter's Gap. In peacetime, these locked chests contain only messages and harmless scribblings between mercenaries. When hostilities flare within the kingdom, however, they are often used as secret highways to pass weapons, communication, poison, and other items of intrigue. Okay. Mordel chests possess word locks, a series of small cylinders onto which have been inscribed letters of the Mordel alphabet. Once the letters on the cylinder are rotated to form a pre-designated word, this is accomplished by moving the mouse up to a letter and clicking on it with the left mouse wheel. The catches on the box are automatically sprung. Most of these chests also have a steel plate inscribed in Mordel affixed to them with a puzzle-like rhyme, so that forgetful couriers can still make their appointed rounds. Typical Mordel clue plate might read, Prince Aretha, from his lofty perch, will find our troops without a search. The men will fall his castle too. And then what will Prince Aretha do? Answer, die. Okay. While most citizens dismiss the existence of these boxes as hearsay, there are a few scattered scholars who have been known to point travelers to sites where these boxes can be found. To read clue plates, someone in your party must be able to read Mordel. Okay. Dre. So you can examine items by right-clicking on them. Got base damage, accuracy. Armor mod represents the percentage of base damage being deflected by the particular armor type. Active mod. Combat modifiers currently affecting the weapon. Okay, so it's not actually part of the weapon of the item itself. So we got resistances for stuff. Substances can be found or bought that will make your armor resistant to flame damage, for example, it says. Okay. If an item is blessed, the type of blessing will be displayed here. Weapons and armor designated or designed for a particular race will not be quite as effective when used by a member of a different race. Indicates the race an item was designed for. Okay, so see, it shows like you have a weapon slot, a ranged weapon slot, and then armor. But I guess the armor does include a shield on there on the picture. Right, depending on what you're wearing. If a character is not equipped with a crossbow or a suit of armor, you will see an empty frame. To equip a character with these items, pick up the item by moving the cursor over, click on it, blah blah blah. Empty frame will disappear because fighters must have a sword and magic users must have a staff at all times. Also, it is possible to trade or share items by dragging them down to the appropriate character globe. Look at the party's keys, you push the ring icon to bottom. You get a description of each key when you click on it. Okay, that's cool. Gold and silver keys are automatically collected and pooled and don't take up room in anyone's inventory. That's awesome. For this reason, they cannot be dropped. They can, however, break when used in the wrong lock. Oh no! So now we have to save before we try to use any key. Should you want to lighten your load of items, you can click, or you can drop items into a bag by holding down the left mouse button over an item. Keyring will then turn into a bag. Drag the selected item down to the bag icon and release. The bag will then be dropped and the character can return for it later. Bag icon will replace the keyring as soon as an item is selected. That sounds dangerous. If you hope to retrieve items you have dropped in a bag, be very careful where you drop it. A bag dropped in the middle of an open field or near a town will be easily spotted and will probably be empty when you return. If you want to remove something valuable from your inventory, the safest hiding place is inside a locked box or chest. You will find these as you explore. What? Must be like a designated lockbox storage thing. A lot of this stuff is pretty straightforward. It shouldn't even be in the manual because they already explained it in other spots. Click an item and click on the use button to use it. You also double click on an item to use it. Some can be combined with others. For example, you can use a whetstone to sharpen your sword. No. Opening locks. If you're confronted with a locked door or chest, the lock screen will appear. A lock will be visible on the left side of the screen. Party's keys and any of the pick locks that you have collected will be pulled together and displayed on the right. Party members with the highest lockpicking skill will automatically be highlighted at the bottom of the screen. Choose a different character, left click on the desired globe, right click on the lock, R keys, to get a destination or a description of each. Oh, you can even get a description of the lock too, okay. Information could help you make a better choice. If you attempt to use the wrong key to open a lock, it may break. The Scent of Sarg spell can help magicians detect booby-trapped boxes and chests. If you opt to disarm such an item, the character with the best lock-picking skill will automatically be chosen to make the attempt. Oh no. You have to eat foods. Each character in the game will automatically consume 1 ration per day. They will disappear from your inventory at the end of the day. Each ration represents 1 day of food. So the character with 7 rations will be fine for 1 week before he starts to lose health and stamina points due to hunger. If you transfer a packet of rations to a starving character, it will be eaten immediately, rather than at the end of the day. Okay. A guide to inventory items. I need to get some water here. Oh, so Silverthorn is a poison berry that you can put on your weapon. Naphtha adds fire damage to your sword. Bowstring repairs light and medium crossbows. Right? A glory hand is a shriveled hand cut from a thief who was hung at midnight. Used in conjunction with a Nightfinger spell, it allows the user to magically steal almost any item from a combat opponent. Then it crumbles to dust. Can you steal an enemy's like weapon or armor? Like that sounds pretty awesome. I'd rather steal a bard's practice loot. Olga. Then I can get max bard and steal money from everybody. See, an infinity pool is an ancient artifact used by magicians to magnify the effect of any combat spell that they cast. At first glance, it seems like an ordinary pendant. Brown leather cord, brass catches, a small glass globe. A close inspection of the interior reveals thousands of scarlet points of light. Get an elven crossbow and elven quarrel that says pair up super well. Make you ultra accurate at at long range. Lamprey is a favorite weapon of Mordor raiders. Blade's edge is composed of a series of mini blades useful for sawing and slicing. And so many items shown here. I don't have any actual data on them though. You can see that in game, they said. Gallon Griefmaker, Elven Blade effective. There's an effective compromise between weight and accuracy. Highly accurate, weighted in such a way that it can be used to either hack or stab. It was especially effective when swung. Like the lamprey that followed it, Griefmaker has small teeth for sawing. So lockpicks are called picklocks for no reason. Herbal Pack. Helps prevent deadly infection. Used to double the rate at which your party member heals. You got some weed walkers. Worn inside your shoes. These magical green slippers greatly increase your stealth, improving your odds of creeping by enemies without being detected. Okay. Restorative green liquid that heals health and stamina. Uh-oh, hopefully rations don't spoil. It says it has salted sweetmeats, hard rolls, and sliced apples or strawberry tarts that last from 1 to 14 days. Combat. Let's see. Also occur while you're exploring. Digging up a grave can also result in combat, as deadly spirits known to the Kimians as shades will often attack your party. Initiative advantage. When you first spot an opponent, you can click on him or her with the left button to try to gain an initiative advantage. Odds of that happening are based on your party member with the worst stealth rating. Once you've selected an opponent, you must immediately rush forward and attack to maintain an advantage. It's possible for enemies to ambush your party, in which case they have the initial advantage. No one has an initial advantage. The order of who goes first when the combat begins is based on your speed. It also determines how far your character can move per turn. Imagine the combat area as a grid. You can move. Push G to display the grid. Okay. Each square on this grid represents one step. Got it? Combat is turn-based, so there is no time limit for selecting a character action, since only one character can be controlled at a time. Only one character globe will be displayed at the bottom of the screen. That character will also have a square-shaped highlight around his feet in the combat window. To move into a new position, move the cursor onto the combat view. Move it until you see a green highlighted square. Okay. Thrusting with the sword or staff. Only thrust at an opponent who's within range. If your character has enough speed to reach the enemy in one combat turn, he is in range. When you position the movement cursor under your opponent, the cursor will turn yellow. Information in the box next to the character's globe will tell you its chance of hitting the opponent and how much base damage it would cause by a successful strike. Swinging requires a great degree of concentration and balance. You must be in position before the option is available. Okay, so you can't swing after you move. And your character must be lined up vertically or horizontally with your opponent while standing no more than one step away. Swinging will tire characters, lowering their stamina, however, health will not be affected. To swing, target your opponent as you would for a thrust, but click the right button. Okay, so right button is swing, left button is thrust. How's it going, Friday? Message box will show what the accuracy and damage values for both swinging and thrusting to help you decide your best option. Traps. So you undoubtedly run across magical traps left by devious enemies of the kingdom. Keep in mind that spellweavers always design such traps with a way out to avoid accidentally trapping their own. Though little is known of these devices, scholars tell of dangerous crystals and lines that must not be broken. Floating keys, both crystal and solid, can somehow permit an escape. To escape a trap, it is often only necessary for one character to move through or past it. Be careful when moving your characters. They will only move in straight lines, and when forced to go around an object or character may select the wrong direction and move into harm's way. Okay, use G to see the grid to make it easier. After one character has been moved, press R to cycle through the other characters. This works the same way as left clicking on the character's position to arrest him. Okay. More combat options. You have a crossbow and corals. Left click the coral icon. Last coral type fired is automatically selected. I haven't learned anything useful yet on here that wouldn't have been obvious in the game. I guess except for how the skill increases work. And that you can combine certain things with weapons in armor to get resist or extra effects. That's about it. Probably touch that on the items itself though. On the items themselves. So if another character or object is between your archer and the opponent, you cannot target them. Okay. To be at least one step away from an opponent to cast a spell. Combat window will be replaced by a marble-colored background on which you will see a circle studded with 30 small gemstones. Oh yeah, we did learn about stamina and health. That was pretty important. If your health falls in this game, all of your abilities fall. And stamina is just a health buffer. So, it's kind of strange. Yeah, we did learn about the night fingers as well. It's probably on the item too, though. Retreat. In some combat situations, such as being caught in a magical trap, retreat is not possible. If one or more of your party members goes down in combat, the others will refuse to leave. Crap. Means nobody can go down. If a retreat attempt is successful, the party will automatically fall back and regroup some distance away from where the encounter took place. Try not to let enemy opponents retreat during combat. It's especially important early in the game, as retrieving items from the inventories of fallen foes is a crucial means of finding valuable items. It can be used or sold in nearby shops. Regardless of its success, an attempt to retreat counts as one combat turn. Can rest during combat to regain lost health and stamina points, but increases the likelihood of being injured if they are attacked. Huh. Don't worry, Ant, we're still just going over the manual. Left click the auto combat button and allow characters to begin fighting on their own without your direction. It's convenient in situations where victory is assured. Cool. Can now auto combat a magic trap? Oh, I thought you'd be able to do that. It's the good old games version, but I installed like an enhanced version thing on top of it. So they can play sound and music at the same time and all that stuff. I also saw that this music keeps looping instead of stopping. I think it makes all the music loop, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, see the game's on in the background just to play the music right now. Let's see, any character who falls during combat can still be revived by the surviving party members following the combat. Revived characters will be extremely weak and will recover much more slowly than from a normal injury. To help such characters recover, go to the nearest temple and pay for a cure. If all your characters go down, the game will end. Combat strats. Is anything here that we haven't already read? I highly doubt it. They explained all this stuff in other parts of the manual already. Oh, really? Yeah, the main thing I saw in here that's probably the most important thing in the manual is the stamina health system, and how if you lose health, like your character is screwed because all of their abilities go down. That's really harsh. What's Kraus? What effects will happen when you're hit with enhanced weapons? Green drops for... Make it... Wait, the sword icon will be a green drop. I guess we'll have one on it. Target will have green flashes whenever you hit them with poison stuff. Red sparks for fire. Blue sparkles for frost. And then clerical enhancements. The white or blue. That's a great names for those clerical enhancements. Got clerical enhancement 1, clerical enhancement 2. That's pretty good. Yeah, the manual mentioned that you can explore a whole bunch of stuff in Act 1 if you want to, but that you don't need to do everything. And that, like, it's gonna switch your characters between each different act. Do you get to keep any of, like, the 3 characters the whole game? Like, maybe the front guy or anything? Or just, like, actually switch all 3 of them different acts? I think it said it was split up into 9 chapters overall. Yeah, Manuel up here. I also have the author where he bashes video games and tries to pretend like novels or some magical thing that are way more advanced than video games. It's like his whole... you keep saying over and over again. He's like, games are limited by the CPU power of the player. So what the crap, man? He's like, but you know, like, because the books, it's got so much more potential. Dude, it's just words on a freaking page. Like, you can put words on a game too. It's no different. And he tries to say that this is the first game that's like a novel. Like, that's the crap he says up here. It's so ridiculous. See right here. I have an unlimited special effects budget when I work, and I don't have to fret over memory size or how fast the CPU the reader owns. I've read a couple of his books and they were good, but like, this dude is full of crap when he's talking about video games. I mean, he was born in 1945. So, and he said that his first game was Adventure or something up there. Here he says, for years, computer role-playing games were either a glorified arcade game with names of fantasy characters hung onto a computer graphic with no other relationship to the literary work it was based on, or it was basic fantasy role-playing run by a computer. Kick down a door, kill something, get treasure, go up in power, get better at kicking down doors, kill things, and get treasure. So you go to the next level where the doors are harder to break down, the monsters are tougher, and the treasure's harder to find. After a while, it's pretty much the same. Dude, that's exactly what this game is gonna be. That's just game flow. That has nothing to do with story. He does talk about how they started putting actual puzzles and stuff into the games, and how that was good. But look, he says, over the last few years, some folks introduced problem solving. Sure, you still had to kill a lot of ugly buglies to get the Wand of Chaos. Once you got it, you could defeat the evil wizard Wartface and save the kingdom. Still a pretty pale imitation of a good fantasy novel, right? So then they added colorful pictures and colorful graphics and pretty pictures and sound and animation. But it's still pretty basic stuff for the most part. This is so full of crap, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the designer here said that he read one of their books and he really liked it compared to how he liked how it wasn't just a Tolkien classic with romanticized bullcrap added to it. How they actually had real character development and they actually had like political intrigue and military tactics and strategies in the books and everything. So the designer like writes good things right here and understands that games can do all that crap. But the author dude shouldn't even have had a note in this book at all because all he does is makes himself look like an idiot. Especially now with what we have, nowadays. So right here it says gameplay, and it says this is the first serious attempt to present an interactive fantasy story divided into chapters like a book. Nice, Ant. GG. Now you can uninstall so you don't have to lose the character. It's too dangerous to play it. As it says here, gameplay within each of the 9 unique chapters is totally non-linear. Dude, like this is the first attempt. The first attempt at making an interactive fantasy story divided into chapters. Don't worry, we totally played Dragon Quest IV before we wrote this. It wasn't different chapters. There was just different people at different times. Oh goodness. Oh, I know it. I forgot. I missed this one word. It says serious attempts. See, Dragon Quest IV wasn't serious. That was the game was just a joke, right? It's yeah, they tell you about this, and it even says here that there's no time limit. You may want to roam around, talk to the characters in the world, kill monsters, and find treasure. And that's fine if you want to play that way. At the beginning, the strategy may be necessary to help you and your party prepare for increasingly fierce opponents that you will face as you head south to Krondor. And see, even here it says, you don't necessarily need to face the dangers of the Dimwood Forest in Chapter 1. There's nothing to prevent you from going there. If you go back, there'll be new monsters there in Chapter 2. It's almost like having 9 different games for the price of one, they say. Let's go on tech. Be looking at the Manuel. See, I was up to like where they were enhancing weapons with stuff. Here we go. Please note that the damage information displayed at the bottom of the screen when you target an opponent represents base damage. The figure will be reduced by defensive skill and armor of your opponent. In general, successfully striking an enemy with a swinging attack will do more damage than a quick jabbing thrust. An enemy cannot swing their weapons unless they are close enough to do so. Keep in mind that if you move a character into position or choose a thrusting attack, your character will automatically move into position. If I move a character into position, my character will automatically move into position. You will be open to a swing maneuver on the opponent's next turn. If possible, Try to stay at least a step away and let your opponent come to you. So that they're saying, like, if you want to avoid getting swung at, on the first turn you should move one step away from the enemy instead of hitting them. So that way you can swing at them to get a bigger damage hit than their thrust can do. Because you can't move then swing. That's what they're saying. Yeah, so you could use so that was like a fire plant or something on here. Naphtha. Now Ant's been playing that hardcore World of Warcraft where you lose your character and lose like weeks of work. Whenever you get hit like twice by one enemy in the first raid you go into. 8 days played means you played for like a month or more. I think that's a huge amount of time. I hope you are, because it's gonna happen. There ain't no way your guild's going into Molten Core and making it out of there with everybody alive. I guarantee you, either they'll have a full wipe, or they'll lose some key members and just have to leave. Because people saying that Molten Core is easy is because they did it after patches. It was not easy initially. Yeah, they killed them, but how many people did they lose in the process? How many people did they have as backups to come in whenever the other guys died? Like... Did they nerf the raids and make them 10-mans or something? Because those are supposed to be 40-man raids only. World buffs. Drunk character will have a significantly harder time using a crossbow. Oh goodness. Addition of the crossbow and the accuracy of the load, elven flesh quarrels fly truer. Okay. Extremely careful when targeting enemy opponents. Errant crossbow shots are very unpredictable and could easily strike a character in your party who is nearby. The amount of damage you can inflict with a crossbow is based on the type and condition, and the amount of damage associated with the type of quarrel loaded. You can view accuracy and damage information for each type of coral you possess by choosing a load and targeting an enemy. Information will appear on the message window. Repeat the process to view information on other loads. This should help you choose the best load for the current combat situation. Defense strategy. Wait, is there actually like a button for strategies? I don't think so. They're just saying push the defend button. Choose this when you feel the enemy is about to attack. The effect is to raise a character's defense percentage, protecting the character from losing too many health or stamina points. Another advantage of this option is that successfully parrying a blow will sometimes leave an opponent open for a melee attack on your next turn. The effectiveness of this attack will be slightly greater than normal. Okay. It's a pretty big manual so far. It does look like we got a little ways to go. I'm zooming pretty far in though, so... Prince Aretha, Magician, the author's preferred edition. Must stay to the offhand side with the big swords. Your opponent gets one swing, then you've got an opening. See, with time you'll recognize the differences in enemy intelligence and motivation. For example, you'll find that some of your opponents will attack recklessly while others will be more cautious, stopping to rest before stepping back into the fray. A group of Moradel who happen across your characters while on a routine patrol will be much more likely to retreat once injured than a Moradel party assigned to protect a strategic pass through the mountains. If you determine which character in the enemy party is the leader, go after him first. If he is killed or chased away, the rest of the party will be much more likely to retreat. Some enemy parties will include a leader, archers, and possibly a spellcaster or two. Spellcasters, in addition to casting offensive spells, are particularly dangerous because they can also use their powers to heal injured comrades. Almost every opponent you will come across has a weakness of some kind. Find their weakness and exploit it. Many opponents will also be resistant to certain things. A giant spider, for example, will have a natural resistance to some poisons, as they are substances manufactured by its own body. Okay. Poison affects characters much more severely during combat than when they are merely traveling. Okay. Man, put a lot of effort into naming these magics types. Two kinds of magic exist in Midkimia. Magic of the Greater Path and Magic of the Lesser Path. Lesser Path magicians are the original human practitioners of the magic arts. Long before the Rift War with Kelowon, when the Greater Path magic was brought to Midkimia, the forerunners of the Lesser Path began their explorations to the nature of the universe, especially into the nature of magic. These early magicians became tribe shaman, medicine men, and witches and warlocks. As civilization rose, so did the estate of the Lesser Path. Though never as quickly nor as high, old superstitions die hard, and the Lesser Path magicians became objects for distrust, fear, and even active persecution. As a result, most modern Lesser Path magicians tend to be solitary creatures, rarely gathering in large social groups. Even those that live in cities tend to have few friends or acquaintances. The exception is at the Academy of Magicians, a place where many who walk the lesser path have found fellowship in the Brotherhood of Magicians. In general, the lesser path magician is seen as a person who is involved in the craft of magic, while the greater path is seen as the path of scholars. This is partially incorrect, as those who follow the lesser path possess a great deal of knowledge about the nature of magic. But it is generally true that lesser path is a talent, while the greater path is associated with scholarship. Lesser path magicians approach their education in a much more ritualistic manner than do those of the greater path. At one time, it was believed that greater path and lesser path powers could not be combined, but Pug, the most powerful magician in Midkemia, proved that it was possible to use the lesser path skills he had learned as a young magician on Midkemia, and the greater path skills he learned as an adult. Pug now teaches both lesser and greater magic at his academy as Stardock. Ye old Pug. Yeah, I have that book. I haven't read that particular book yet, but I read a couple of the Krondor ones that he was in. Wasn't the first book just called like Krondor the Betrayal or something? Instead of Betrayal at Krondor? One of the books, rather. Anyone who employs magic must have a focus for the power he uses. Priests have power to focus their magic through prayer. Their incantations are a form of prayer. Magicians use their bodies or devices, or books and scrolls. Master Magician Pug. Yeah, I think I read that book, but it's been a long time. It was like either when I was in or before college. Let's see, a guide to spells. The wilds of Midkemia are filled with dangerous and menacing foes. Sometimes your only defense is powerful magic. You can learn spells from other characters in the game, or from scrolls that you buy or find. To learn a spell from a scroll, you must click on it with the left mouse, then use the Use button. The scroll will disappear. Following are some of the spells you may find at your disposal. Flamecast. Fireball. What is this? You can only hit someone within 2 steps though, so it's like more like a flaming touch almost. Oh wait, no. Causes damage to anyone within 2 steps of the target. That would be a bad one too, a mistake. You don't want to be next to the guy when you shoot him with that. Hocho's Haven. Create a surrounding wall of energy that will protect the target from receiving damage from any and all attacks. The wall disappears when its limit is exceeded. That sounds super broken. Can you attack while you have it on? Like I could attack and then put Hocho's Haven on. Hojo's Haven. And then the enemy won't be able to hit me on the next turn. So I'd actually want it to only last for 1 turn if you could do that with it. Unless you can attack out of it, then you just want it to last for as long as possible. See, Skyfire can only be cast on a character who has some sort of metal on their person. Well, that's awesome. They have metal armor, helmet, or sword. It's delivered much like Flame Cast though. Or though it takes the form of a lightning bolt channeled from above. Nice. Gift of Sung, God of Healing. Can be cast on any party member except the caster. It facilitates a 1-to-1 health transfer from the magic user to the recipient. Oh, that sounds terrible. It's like the worst spell in the game. At least you could use it in an emergency. That sounds really bad. Health is too important. Yes, earrings and piercings count. As long as it's a metal that conducts electricity. Blow your ear off. Or nose, or lip, or eyebrow, or chin. People always getting piercings in weird spots. Anyways, they're like, this one hurt the most. It's the best piercing. I don't get it. I definitely don't have any of those. Grief of 1,000 Nights. Effective only on sentient creatures. The spell is used to immobilize single enemy targets. When cast on an enemy, the creature suddenly falls into a deep melancholy, lost in the recollections of past sorrows. The victim will remain in place until the spell is overcome or wears off. Wow, it's like you just cast depression on them. That's pretty mean. The spell allows the party to see in the darkness of night. It can only be used outside. Once cast, the scene appears as though it is day. So you have to use torches inside dungeons, I guess. You can't use that Stardust spell. Magic by its nature is unstable. Occasionally a spell will become warped. Why, we don't know. To such a degree, it tears at the very fabric of the world. For a brief time a rift occurs, and a passage is formed, going somewhere. Let's see, River Song. Spell summons a Rusalki who fights for the player. After combat, she returns to her element. I guess that's like just a water elemental critter. The Unfortunate Flux. Cast on an enemy, the victim begins to sweat an amber-colored liquid. Soon, elemental sprites appear and begin to consume the liquid and the victim along with it. Dude, just eat the enemy with that one. That's awesome. Invitation is a strategic spell that draws the enemy into close range for combat. It is especially effective against enemy archers or spellcasters, as they may be drawn too close to cast or shoot. It said casters can't actually use their spells if they're within 1 square. I guess if an enemy's within 1 square of them, so you gotta keep your caster in the back and protected. Final Rest. The spell must be cast on a dead Nighthawk or Black Slayer. It is a final blessing from Lim's Krogma that allows a humanoid creature to return to the drawer of nets. If it is not cast and there are other Black Slayers in the immediate area, dead Nighthawks will become Black Slayers. Wow. So that means you either have to kill the Black Slayer first, or all of them first, before you kill any Nighthawks, or you have to use this spell anytime a Nighthawk goes down during that battle. It says area though, that means it might not even be just the battle. So if there's Black Slayers nearby, they could walk by and turn the Nighthawks into another enemy. Locations. Let's see. To attempt entry, click on a house or building with the button. Access larger cities on the map by approaching them. When the party gets close enough, a message will appear asking if you want to enter or not. If you choose to enter, a map view will be displayed as the party automatically follows the nearest road into the city. Upon arrival, the town will be displayed in the main view window. As you move the cursor over the town, you will see it change, indicating actions you can take, places you can go. If you move it over a building, it could say tavern. Click it, you enter the tavern. Man, this is like, are they trying to explain this to like a 4-year-old or something? Like, it's way overly descriptive on some things. Cursor might also change to a magnifying glass, which indicates things that can be examined more closely by clicking with the left button. I probably should just start playing the game at this point. I don't think I'm going to learn anything else from this. Some shops can repair your stuff. I already talked about bartering earlier. You could... Sometimes they'll make it so you can't buy the item if you fail. Or the haggling, rather. Same thing. 10 silver coins are equivalent to 1 gold coin. Good to know. You can push tab to see all the things you can click on. That's good. Oh, I wasn't reading a manual when I was 4 years old. Like, if you are capable of reading, then these descriptions are too descriptive. On certain parts. Fancy shells and gemstones can be traded and will generally bring a good price in shops that deal in such items. See, do only shops that sell the same item type buy the item types? Let's see. It doesn't tell you to only wheel and deal in their item type. Temples let you teleport to other locations on the map. Cure alien characters, bless items in the inventory, or speak to priestesses or priests. I like that. I like the sound of that. Teleport to other locations. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see. Teleport. Most of the temples in the game will have a special pattern on one wall. Upon entering a temple, the party will automatically make notes of this special pattern to teleport back to the current temple from another temple. To teleport, move the cursor to the pattern. The cursor changes to the word teleport, press the left mouse button. You'll see the game map indicating your current location. If there are temples available for you to teleport to, they will be marked. As you move the cursor over other temples, the menu in the upper left corner will tell you its name and how much it will cost for you to teleport there. Oh, it costs monies. Alright, that's fine. Probably still gonna be more efficient than walking. What year did this game come out? This game came out in 1993, man. There was all kinds of games with fast travel at that point. There is a Return to Krondor game here. 1998. It came out after they made this one that they said they lost the rights to the Krondor series for, so they must have rebought them or a different company made it. Yeah, this one's Pyrotechnics. different company. It's like totally different kind of game. Oh dear. It might be good jank though. It's hard to tell when you see jank if it's good jank, you know? And there's all kinds of abilities though. Thy foes enfeebled. These are all spells, I think. Ride the lightning. That makes Metallica appear. Kill them with instruments. I don't like the looks of that inventory. It's like just filled up with all potions and it's only like... Looks like you can scroll it. Oof. Dude, I thought this was this guy's leg. The guy... There's like... Doing some kind of crazy walk with his leg out to the right. I think it's actually a dead orc or goblin, whatever these guys are. Its leg sticking out to the side. So it is a leg. Well, they have... I did say they would be able to beat him down with the instrument, so it has to be pre-bad face. Because, like, they turned bad when they got old. And whenever they got that caveman bassist as well. They were like, what if we had a caveman for our bass? It's only $2 right now. It's tempting. Oh wait, I already have it. Apparently. I got Betrayal in Antara. Betrayal at Krondor. Where is it? Oh, I guess it would be K. Am I blind? Okay. Is Return to Krondor actually good? Oh, it starts with R? There it is. Yeah, I have that one. Doesn't have Manuel. Whereas this one had, for some reason, Betrayal at Krondor has the manual for this Betrayal in Antara game. Instead of the Betrayal at Krondor manual. Don't worry, they're preserving them games forever. They're gonna make sure that they're in their best shape. They don't have the freaking manual, even though it's right here. They can go download it and stick it up there. They're super easy. Let's see. Bless your armor and bladed weapons. When the inventory screen appears, move your cursor over the item you want bless. When the cursor changes into the shape of a hand, push the left button. Oh, yeah. A character who has been injured in battle cannot be cured if he has no specific condition, like poison or plague. Can they cure drunk? They cure drunk with the church somehow? Usually they just like add to drunk. They give you that wine every time. Like, here we'll pass out the wine. If you're confirmed, you can drink it. I see that you're 15 years old, but we'll give you this wine anyways. It's okay because it's a church. Oh, goodness. That's how my church was anyways, that I had to go to, that was forced to go to. I like stopped going to the church as soon as I got confirmed. Because that's why I had the choice to not go. See, the land of Mikimia consists of a multitude of colorful and sometimes mysterious towns and landmarks. Following are some of the places you may encounter during your travels through Mikimia. Krondor, traditional home of the heir apparent to the throne of the Kingdom of the Isles. Located beside the Bitter Sea, it is the capital of the Western Realm. Once a trading post in Kashian Bosania. It has a long and turbulent history, as numerous princes and dukes have struggled for control of the city. During the time of the Rift War, it was temporarily seized by Gaidu Tira at the command of Mad King Roderick, but was later rightfully restored to the Kondoin line. Kondoin. It now is peacefully ruled by Prince Aretha and the Princess Anita. Yeah, my parents let me stop going. Well, my parents were already divorced at the time as well, so this is my dad. The palace. Although the palace was built as a fortress to withstand attacks from both land and sea, its visitors from foreign lands receive warm welcome from the royal family and their servants. Located within the main court of the palace are the enclosed sleeping quarters of the royal family and their servants, the throne room, a well-appointed banquet hall, a recently redecorated gymnasium, and a minor shrine dedicated to each of Mikimia's gods. Got a bunch of fancy bullcrap in there for no reason. Got it. That's how palaces always are. Like, look how much money we have. That's what palaces are. Sewers. Also known as the Thieves' Highway. Krondor's labyrinthine sewer system extends for miles beneath the city of Krondor. The underground passages are completely controlled by the Mockers, a guild of thieves ruled by a mysterious figure known as the Upright Man. So one of the books I read, they were in the sewers a lot. There was this thief guy who would always like sneak into the palace to report to the king or the prince guy or whatever. And then they'd like have him go back out to do another mission. But yeah, that might have been the Assassin's book. I don't remember which one it was. Oh, is it from this game? So it might have been the Betrayal one then. Sarth. Tall iron-banded wooden gates straddle the roadway. Stone wall a dozen feet high stretches around Sarth, which had once been a fortress. Around the ancient tower, a larger single-story keep building had been added, as well as two outbuildings. Sarth is maintained by the Brothers of Aesop, a religious order that worship the god Knowledge. People often travel to Sarth in search of the answer to a question that can be answered nowhere else. Long before the Brothers of Aesop found the keep, it was maintained by a Kishian robber baron, who was eventually assassinated by the local peasantry. He must have been doing a good job. Like, I've maintained this keep. This keep is in such great condition. Oh crap! The peasants! What am I gonna do? Oh goodness. Alright, the vaults, located under the old keep at Sarth, are large vaulted chambers with shelving along the walls and freestanding shelves in the center of the rooms. All shelves are packed with books. From the top of the hill to the lowest level, there are over 1,000 chambers, housing thousands upon thousands of books. The vaults are tended by Brother Anthony and Brother Mark. Brother Mark! Romney, not so much a town as a meeting place. Romney is a bustling hub of hawkers calling their wares. In every direction, carts, colorful tents, and even more colorful characters fill the landscape. Travelers passing through often get caught up in the general carnival atmosphere that pervades the place. So Romney is like a giant trade town, it sounds like. Not giant, but it's got a huge amount of traders. Black Sheep Tavern, a two-story structure that also serves as an inn for those coming off the dusty road. Oh man, those. A strange L shape seems to indicate that an addition has been made onto the original structure, thus enlarging it to accommodate the increasing numbers of people beginning to stream through the town. Inside is a very standard tavern, where one can acquire food and drink. It's just a typo for sure. It's not supposed to be there. This is supposed to say for those. Fletcher's Post, run by a sly-looking elven owner, the Fletcher's Post exclusively deals in exotic archery goods, particularly elven arrows. The proprietor has been known to teach a few elven spells for a handful of gold. Stardock Annex. The annex is really nothing more. Do they tell you about every zone? No wonder this manual is so big. They're talking about people down there even. Alright. The annex is really nothing more than simple sleeping quarters adapted into a tiny shop for the use of magicians visiting the Ishapian brothers. Rudimentary magical items such as rings of Krondor, healing salves, and scrolls are available here. Sounds like a good spot to go for like your starting magician stuff. Even though it sounds like a name that would be in-game. Stardock Annex. Well, you know, he's got to get all the details because he can push the graphical limits way beyond anything your computer can do. This writer, you know? The computer don't even have a chance. That's what he says up at the top there. You're 4090. You can never make anything as good as I can with my words. He's like... Granted, he wrote this in 1993, so you got like Super Nintendo is like your most powerful thing, but or probably actually the arcades. I don't know if Neo Geo was out yet at that time. High Castle was easily overrun by the Moradel in the Battle of Sethanon during the Great Rising. Since then, Prince Aratha has realized his weakness in the north and reinforced the fortification there to discourage any further incursions into the Kingdom of the Isles. High Castle is essentially a frontier fort town that guards Cutter's Gap. Sarisbandia. Armengar. Armengar was completely destroyed during Mermandamus's march to Sethanon. Mermandamus Amandamus. That's the name right there. Only recently have the Moradel returned to claim their prize. Scavengers have erected small tents, while others live in the burnt-out rubble. A faint smoke still drifts over the town, issued from the mouth of a hole where the keep once stood. Oh. Why is it still burning? Is it like on a volcano or something? Temple of Aortis. Constructed on an island, the Temple of Aortis is a monument to the god of the sea, constructed aeons ago when Sildan was only a simple fishing village. White marble columns rise 30 feet into the air, supporting an equally heavy ornamental roof from which dolphin heads emerge in majestic poses. The temple is attended by the High Priestess of Aortis. Sethanon, once the site of a minor barony. Sethanon has never been well defended, and for this reason was destroyed in the infamous Battle of Sethanon. Now overgrown with weeds, it looks like a sad old ghost town, though a close look at it reveals signs of the battle that raged there. Once the battle was over, King Liam decreed that the town should be abandoned as a memorial to those who fought and died there. Lifestone Crater. The result of the eruption of the Lifestone at the end of the Great Rising. The Lifestone Crater looks like a huge lava flow. The mouth of the crater has a strange glow emanating from it. People and creatures. Throughout your travels, you are sure to meet a number of interesting people and creatures. Beware, as all are not as they appear, and some are very dangerous. Following are descriptions of some of the inhabitants of Midkimia. Senor James! Once known as Jimmy the Hand, Senor James is the son of the Upright Man, leader of the Thieves Guild in Krondor. Though James is not aware of his heritage, elevated to the nobility by Arutha. This is the guy who is sneaking through the sewers. Senor James has taken his position of authority with reluctance and still wanders his old thief haunts in disguise. He's extremely loyal in Arutha and will do anything that his liege lord asks him to do. There is a cynical look that touches Jimmy's face when he is about to go into a new or strange situation. Although elevated to the position of Senor in Arutha's court, he is mischievous and has the air of a rogue about him. Senor Locklear! Little Senor! The youngest son of the Baron of Land's End, Locklear has been the constant friend of Jimmy since they were boys. His mind is razor sharp, an attribute that has made him a valuable asset to Krondor. Although physically slower than Jimmy, he can usually defeat him in rapier duels because of his shrewd combat strategies. Senor Locklear sports a healthy tan year-round as he often vacations near his father at Land's End. He is one of the finest swordsmen in Midkimia. Owen Belafort. Owen is the son of a minor noble in the Eastern Kingdom, but has been spared most of the treacherous politicking that occurs in other courts. Although he displayed some ability at magic when he was young, his father insisted on yoking him to the responsibility of the court. He has two older brothers, Neville and Robert, an extremely thin young man whose innocent blue eyes belie his age. Owen's magic is a force to be reckoned with. In many ways, he resembles the man he idolizes, Pug the Magician. Yeah, but it sounds more funny. Somebody says Senor than Lord. Gorath looks as menacing as Owen looks innocent. There's a haunting quality in his eyes that seems wolfish, as if he is a creature on the run. A long scar, nearly hidden by his hairline, traces the left side of his face from temple to cheek. The son of a Moradel father and human mother, Gorath wears a beard that is not possible for those of pure Elven and Moradel descent. He does, however, have the lobeless pointed ears typical of his kind. Is Moradel, I guess, is an elf? I was thinking they were orcs just based on how that dude looks. He's like, it looks like he's huge. So I guess Moradels are elves. Makala. This dude looks super old. A man of remarkable intensity. He looks like Moses or something. Okay, a man of remarkable intensity and great mental resources. Makala is one of the members of the Surani Assembly of Magicians, an organization of magicians to which Pug belonged while he lived on Kelowon. Since the Rift War, Makala has been an avid student of the war between the Surani and the Kingdom, spending a great deal of time visiting with Master Magician Pug, discussing historical and magical issues. Dressed in the mode of a Great One, the title which Surani magicians are given, he always wears a voluminous black robe that hides his otherwise frail frame. So he just looks tough, but if you run up to him and kick him, he's just gonna die. That's what they're saying. He's like a skeleton under there. Why did I make Pug look like that? I never thought he would look that way. Yeah, that doesn't look like anything like I thought he would look in the books. Orphaned at a young age, Pug was raised in the kitchens of Krondor in the Western Empire. Apprenticed to Kolgan the Magician, he showed little magical promise initially. Pug was captured and enslaved by the Surani during the Rift War. Seeing vast potential in the boy, the Great Ones of the Surani Empire began to train him in the magic of the Greater Path. When Pug returned to Midkemia, he helped bring an end to the Rift War with the help of Makros the Black. He was also adopted into the royal family and awarded the land to begin his Academy of Magic at Stardock. His irresistible friendliness belies the fact that he is the unchallenged master of magic in Midkemia. Pug is the father of two, an adopted daughter, Gamina, who possesses telepathic powers, and William, his natural son. Is William up here? It's Owen. Petrus. Before the days of Pug's Academy of Magicians at Stardock, Petrus was kept busy with the buzzing questions of his young apprentices. Now he finds himself without students, a fact that bothers him more than he cares to admit. Too proud to seek a scholar's position at the Academy, he spends much of his time locked in the towers of Northwarden, studying books he has borrowed from Sarth. From time to time he is called upon to work some minor magic or another, but few tasks truly challenge his abilities. Although Petrus seems addle-brained at times, He's numbered among the most capable magicians in Bohemia. Wrinkled as yesterday's laundry, his face is greatly expressive. Although he is balding, the side of his head still fosters white wisps of hair, and his pointed chin is covered by a haze of beard. He walks with a slight hunch, is still fairly sprightly for his age, and has no problem keeping up with his younger companions. Delican. Leader of the Unified Nations of the North, Delican was once one of Myrmidamis's field generals during the War of the Great Rising, in which the Moradel made a bloody march to Sethanon. He has risen to great power by taking advantage of the disunity among his people, following their humiliating defeat. With his power, he has terrorized various clans into joining him in another siege on Sethanon. Telling his people that Myrmidamus is being held captive by the Kingdom of the Isles. To this end, he has hired a band of mercenary magicians, dubbed the Six by his advisors, who help him to consolidate his power. Always arrayed in battle gear, his mercurial temper is as legendary as his hatred for the chief rival to the throne in Sargoth, Gorath of the Ardinian. Brother Mark. I spoke about him earlier. Regarded as a researcher among his brethren at the Abbey of Ishap at Sarth, Brother Mark has a knack for finding obscure scraps of information, whether researching the mating habits of the Gwili birds of Kelawan or the chess gambits of the ancient Kishian game masters. It is rare that he is unable to answer a visitor's question. He is warmly remembered by all who meet him as a man with a friendly smile and gentle eyes. He looked kind of like that guy who made the marble machine. Or he was always working on the marble machine. He's always trying to make a better version of it. Dubal Unlock. Dubal is a cantankerous dwarf who likes to mix it up with humans and elves from time to time. A veritable fixture at the Lamou's Blue Wheel Inn. He can be found smoking his herbal pipe for hours while he chats about his old campaigning days. His left eye, scarred above and below, is covered by a milky white cataract, through which he claims he can still see. Like the rest of his kin, he keeps his beard trimmed relatively close, and his braided hair has become quite white. That doesn't look like a close shave. Or trim. That's a huge beard. I guess it's small for a dwarf. Yeah, marble machine. You don't know about the marble machine? This guy, Winter Gatan. All right, Duke Martin. Oh, I see. I really like that band's music that he has outside of the marble machine as well. Like, one of them has a typewriter as for its rhythm and stuff in place of like a drum. They use a typewriter. It's pretty sweet. See, a man of few words, Duke Martin is always awkward in the presence of others. His narrow eyes seem strangely exotic, as if they could see through solid objects. His hands are elegant, well suited to pulling the bowstring of the magnificent elven bow that is always by his side. His hair is black and tied in a short ponytail. A former ranger, Martin would prefer to avoid strangers, but is often sought after for his knowledge of scouting techniques. Are you talking about Trump stuff? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, what? I use this crazy technique where I avoid everything that says that word. So I even see it. I don't care about that moron. Serrani are slaves to politics, as any student of the game of the council can attest. While we of the assembly are reputed to be above such things, we have our own factions and infighting. Not all was settled in a peaceful, bloodless manner. Hosho pepper. Sounds like an ingredient. Get some of that Hosho pepper. Sumani. For all of his fine training under the Lamushan Corps, Sumani retains much of his Surani radiant demeanor. When he smiles, the expression is somewhat enigmatic. You never know if he is truly pleased or not. His hair is black, with streaks of silver beginning to appear. Most of the hair is shaved at the rear of his neck, except for one rat's tail, which he adorns with silver bells. Like many of the Serrani, he wears fur and multiple layers of wool, as Makimia is unforgivingly cold in comparison to his home world of Kelwan. Thomas. He didn't even get a picture. Thomas gets no picture. Though his basic nature is that of a man raised in the kitchens of Castle Credy, Thomas is an individual of great power, a blue-eyed human with sandy hair. His features have changed through his contact with the terrible magic of the ancient Velaru, a race which once ruled all of Makimia. His ears have become pointed in the elven fashion, and his eyes possess a dim glaze, left over from a once towering battle madness. He's in his mid-30s, and is the consort to Queen Aglarana of the Elves. She's right below this. It would take a very bold or very stupid man to contradict Thomas face to face. Long before man or dwarf came to this world, the Velaru ruled. They were part of the world, fashioned from the very fabric of its creation, nearly godlike in power and unfathomable in purpose. Upon the backs of the great dragons they flew, no place in the universe beyond their reach. This world was their dominion, and we were their creatures. That's what the queen said. Aglarana, the queen of the elves, is often described as beautiful, though not in entirely human terms. Her pale blue eyes seem almost luminous in certain lights. Her face is finely chiseled with high cheekbones, a strong jaw, and a full smile. A simple circlet of gold holds back her hair and reveals the lobeless, upswept ears that are the hallmark of her race. Although she is well over 200, Lana looks barely 20, the legacy of her elven blood. She is married to the war leader Thomas. She is a proud, fiery woman who has been a wise and much-loved leader to her people. Sound like someone that Kaze would like. Katala. Katala's calm nature, intelligence, and ability to deal with people tactfully have made her the natural leader of a diverse community of magic users and their families. A striking woman in her mid-30s with dark hair and large dark eyes, she commands the utmost respect and affection for those around her. Married to Pug, Katala came from Kelawan, the home of the Serani people. Moradel. They probably should have told us these first. Like anything that's related to our race should have been first. Oh goodness. Distant relations to the elves, the Moradel have darker skin. Okay, so they're dark elves. Hair and eyes, and tend to be much more violent than their elven counterparts. Having been close to the Velaru in ancient times, they are warriors by nature and relish combat. Ordinary warrior dress usually consists of furred robes of bear or deer skin. Moradel typically wear brown trousers with open vests and knee-length boots. The Nighthawks are a guild of assassins who have crept about in Midkemia for several centuries. I remember these guys were in one of the books as well. They're probably in all the books. They're always going to be using them assassins. Though they have only truly organized themselves in the past 100 years, they dress for concealment under the cover of night. So they tend toward entirely black wardrobes. Nighthawks have been known to turn into Black Slayers. Black Slayers are undead zombie-like creatures that have been brought back to life by evil means. Once killed, they will continue to rise until the player casts the final rest spell on them. Dang. Dark Elves have been attacking castles on and off as far back as anyone can remember. And goblins, well, they're goblins. That's what Pug's got to say. You got some kind of shining girl. This is like the thing that said it would summon if you use that water, the river call thing. Urusaki is the restless and often deadly spirit of a drowned girl that has come back near the body of water where she died. When people are near, particularly young men, the Urusaki will attempt to lure them close enough to kill them. As spirits, the Urusaki have an ethereal presence and appear semi-transparent. Usually they take the form of a young girl, with tendrils of seaweed dangling from their arms. Huh. Gotta watch out for them young girls when you're walking near rivers. Quegian Pirate. Though usually pirates by trade, there are a few landlocked freebooters among the Quegians who enjoy traveling wherever their services can be offered. Typically young, these mercenaries copy the gregarious mode of dress of the Eastern Empire. Highly polished boots, a red sash that drapes from left shoulder to right hip, and black pantaloons make up the usual ensemble. Giant. Giants look like very large human beings, standing about 10 feet tall. Giants are capable of hurling very large rocks. Little more than wild animals. They wear only minimal clothing. Giants will attack ferociously if their territory is invaded. Troll, human-like but short and broad, with long, thick arms that hang nearly to the ground. Trolls can walk on two legs, but will often run on all fours. Their bodies are covered by a thick gray hide, and their lips, drawn back, reveal long fangs. The ugly creatures rarely trouble larger groups of humans, but they will attack lone travelers or parties of less than 4 members from time to time. Only less than 4. If they got 5, if they got 4, not gonna mess with them. If they got 3, you better watch out. Trolls will get you. Why is it specifically 4 party members? It says they're easily manipulated. And Morda will use them to attack. Okay. Krondor. These troublesome creatures live in the depths of caves and mines, preying almost exclusively on the dwarves of the Grey Towers. Their flesh resembles crumbled blocks of stone, allowing them to lie back in small culverts without attracting notice. Small flecks of gold in their skin help them to lure dwarven miners near enough for attack, though they have been known to attack almost any creature without provocation. They are quite broad and appear to have no eyes. Oh no. Oh no. That's too many words. They get a summary of all the books for the Rift War saga, it says. Is there a way to turn on like AI assisted reading? You can push a play button like 100 times to pop up a bunch of small windows and make it read on top of this. Oh wait, this is not Path of Exile 2. All right. The Rift War Saga. Krondor lies in the westernmost duchy of the Kingdom of the Isles. Here an orphan kitchen boy named Pug was made an apprentice magician, an indifferent student of magic. He nevertheless rose to high station and became a squire of the court. With his best friend Thomas, Pug discovered the wreckage of an alien vessel from Kelowon, a world dominated by the mighty empire of Saranuani. After several of the Duke's men studied the remains of the ship, they surmised it had come through a magical gate called a rift, and feared warships would follow. Leaving his eldest son Liam behind, Duke Boric and his younger son Arutha led a company of men south to Krondor to warn Prince Erland of the possible attack. In the woods, they found themselves beset by Moradel, but eventually escaped to the relative safety of the Mac Mordain Kadal, ancient dwarven mine. It's going to be in the right side as well, as there are mines throughout these mountains, ancient tunnels under the Grey Towers. There is one mine that passes completely under the mountains, coming out on the other side of the range. Dolgan, King of the Grey Towers. Okay. During the trek through the Mac Mordain Kadal, Thomas became separated from the group and found one of the last of the golden dragons, ancient and near death. The dragon told of his life and his encounter with the strange sorcerer, Macros the Black. Dying, he left Thomas with a magical gift of golden armor that would forever change his life. When the anticipated Sarani invasion came to pass, Boric took command of the armies of the West and rushed into battle. Realizing the importance of learning more about the magical rifts, Duke sent Pug into Sarani-held territory, but the boy magician fell captive and was taken to Kelowon. Enslaved by the Sarani, Pug began a new life and fell in love with a girl named Katala, but was snatched away from his slave owner when it was learned he knew something of magic. Immediately he was taken to the Assembly of Magicians and began training in the Greater Path, a magic non-existent in Midkemia. Thomas matured into a warrior of stunning power, made so by his ancient armor, once worn by a Velaru, a dragon lord. Little was known of these legendary first people of Mechimia, save that they were cruel and powerful, and had kept the elves in Moradel as slaves. Aglarana, the elf queen, feared Thomas was being consumed by the power of Ashen Shugar, the ancient dragon lord whose armor he wore. The Rift War raged into its 9th year. Arutha feared that they were losing the struggle and went to Krondor to appeal for help from the prince. Finding the city besieged, Arutha was captured by the Guild of Thieves and was befriended by a young pickpocket named Jimmy the Hand, who would figure prominently in the future prince's life. Pug attended the Imperial Games on Kelowon, commemorating the warlord's smashing victory over Lord Boric. Pug became enraged at the cruelty displayed at the games, especially the brutal treatment of Mechimia prisoners. In a fit of rage, he destroyed the arena, shaming the warlord and throwing the politics of the Empire into chaos. Pug then fled with Katala and his son William back to Mechimia. In Mechimia, the war was going badly for the Kingdom of the Isles. During a mad offensive against the Serani, the king became mortally wounded, and lacking an heir, named Boric's eldest son Liam as the successor to the throne, also making Arutha the Prince of Krondor. Eventually, the Serani and the kingdom sued for peace and brought the war to an end. What? Sued? Is it trying to say they agreed to peace? It's a strange word to be there. Maybe look up the definition of sued and see if there's different meanings. Appeal formally to a person for something. Okay, yeah, so they just had an agreement. So they had an agreement for peace and probably like had a treaty or whatever. But during the ceremony, Macros the Black appeared and closed the rift between worlds. In the process, he was assumed to be killed. All returned to the throne city of Rillanon for Liam's coronation, save Aretha and Pug, who visited the isle where Macros had lived. A servant of Macros told them the sorcerer had destroyed the rift to avoid drawing attention to the enemy, a vast and terrible power known to the Serani in ancient times, who could use the rift to find its way to Mechimia. For a year, peace reigned in the kingdom, but violence erupted once more as a member of the Nighthawk's Guild of Assassins attempted to take Oritha's life. Having saved the prince's life, Jimmy the Hand was forced to leave the Mockers and become a squire of the prince's court, where he met Squire Locklear. Despite the differences in their upbringing, they became lifelong friends and comrades in arms. Using Jimmy's knowledge of the seedier elements of Krondor, the prince created a plan to capture his assassins. But when confronted, most of them chose suicide rather than surrender. One captive, a magically disguised Moradel, rose up from the dead and called upon his master, Myrmendamus, the evil leader of the Moradel nations of the north. Alarmed, Aretha told his advisors of the danger, but decided to proceed with his plans to wed Anita, daughter of the former Prince of Krondor. Unfortunately, a Mocker assassin slipped into the wedding and made a second attempt to kill Arutha. He struck the bride-to-be with an arrow tipped with a rare poison, Silverthorn. So let me read the thing on the left here. There is an order to things, a balance imposed by Aesop, the one above all. The greater gods rule through the lesser gods, who are served by the priesthoods. Each order has its mission. An order may seem to be in opposition to another, but the higher truth is that all orders have a place in the scheme of things. Right? While on a quest to find the antidote to the deadly Silverthorn and save Anita's wife, or save Anita's life, it's his wife, Arutha learned the Moradel were acting as acting on a prophecy that they would rise to power once the Lord of the West was dead. They believed Arutha was the Lord in question. Pug determined that the dark forces behind Myrmidamis's incredible power were of Sarani origin. The enemy, the ancient terror mentioned by Macross' servants at the end of the Rift War, was attempting to find a way through the rift. In Elvendor, Thomas was reunited with Pug, who told him the Sarani enemy was trying to find a way into Midkimia. Pug also said both Kilowan and Midkimia faced their worst threat since the days of the Chaos Wars. He asked Thomas to come with him. Thomas agreed, and using his special powers summoned a dragon, Ryath, upon whose back they could travel between dimensions and times. That's OP. You can travel between dimension and time? He's like... You can do anything. Ryath took them to a being known as the Oracle of Isle, or All, who informed them that only Macross the Black knew the answers they sought. In search of Macross, they traveled to the city of the dead gods, where they discovered countless monuments. Thomas pointed out the gods and their duties, and explained that originally Ishap had created 100 gods, but only 16 survived the insanity of the Chaos Wars to become the gods of Midkimia. After he discovered yet another plot against his life, Arutha staged his death to throw his enemies off track. While Krondor mistakenly mourned Arutha, he headed north to kill Myrmindamis. At the boundary between the kingdom and the territory of Myrmindamis, the party was taken captive by strangers. They were led to the most militarily impressive city that any of them had ever seen, Armengar. They realized the city would be one of the first major targets that Myrmindamis would attack before heading into the kingdom. And it says, "We shall call our servants the goblins, the mountain trolls, the land-striding giants. All shall come to serve us. We shall march into human lands and burn their cities. I shall erect my throne upon a mountain of their bodies. Then, O my children, shall we spill blood." That's from the Myrmindamis, dude. Dark elf leader. Pug and Thomas eventually found Macross in the garden of the mysterious city forever, but also found themselves caught in a time trap set by the enemy, who had stripped Macross of his power. They managed to outwit the enemy and broke free of their temporal confinement. At Armengar, Myrmindamis attacked the city, realizing they would be unable to hold the citadel from the Moradel. Arutha and the city's protector, Gaidu Batira, ordered the city burned in an effort to incinerate Myrmindamis' army. Fortunately, the Moradel leader escaped the city unscathed, and Arutha and the rest of the refugees headed for High Castle, the next stop on Myrmindamis' path. Which city did they attack? It just says the city. I guess Armengar? Maybe Krondor? I don't know. Unclear. Oh wait, no, it says at Armengar. Okay. I don't know, I didn't see that. Alright. So en route to assist Prince Arutha, Pug, Thomas, and Macros passed through the Hall of Worlds, a place that gave them access to Mechimia. Thomas asked Macros about the Valaru. In response, Macros passed a hand over Thomas's eyes, and Thomas began to remember a past life as a Dragon Lord. Years before, when Thomas had received the armor, he inherited the power and mind of Ashen Shugar, father of all the Valaru, who once strode the lands of Mechimia. Ashen Shugar, like the rest of his kind, was continually at war with every being that lived, and was one of the most powerful entities in the universe. Thomas and Ashen Shugar shared a mind link that spanned centuries, both learning from the link and gaining qualities of the other. This was how Thomas had become a legendary warrior, and how Ashen Shugar learned the quality of compassion. Eventually, the gods of Mechimia came into being, and the Valaru warred upon them. In the process, time and space became warped. This was the time of the Chaos Wars, and the Valaru warred with thousands of different races on thousands of different worlds. Finally, one of the Valaru, Draken Korin, forged a tool to use in the war, the Life Stone, an item tied to all life in the world. Since the gods were all tied to that life, the Valaru hoped to extinguish the gods with the Life Stone and escape through time, returning later to reclaim their world. Ashen Shugar would not allow it and slew Draken Korin. Later, as Ashen Shugar grew old and tired, his life essence drained into his armor, the armor that was given to Thomas. Macros explained that Myrmendamus was likely to be swarming over High Castle on the way to Sethanon, a city built on the ancient site of the Lifestone. They realized the enemy was not a single entity. It was the combined will of all the ancient Valaru trying to come back and take Mechimia. At High Castle, the Moradel armies massed for the assault, and Prince Arutha discerned part of the Moradel plan. Though unaware of their goal, realizing that High Castle would be easily taken, he told the Baron to leave the castle. The Baron insisted they could take anything the Moradel threw at them. The battle went terribly wrong, and the Baron was killed during a Moradel raid. The prince was finally able to convince the surviving High Castle commanders to quit the castle and head for Sethanon. Yeah, this is a summary of all the Rift War Legacy books. But I guess we're all right before the Betrayal Krondor one. Pug contacted his daughter, Gamina, and summoned the magicians of his magical academy and the armies from Kelawan to meet him at Sethanon. Sethanon was under attack, and the defenders attempted to hold out for the arrival of reinforcements. Confronting Myrmendamus on the walls of the city, Arutha identified himself to the Moradel as the Lord of the West. Knowing Myrmendamus was using this allegation to manipulate the will of his troops, Thomas, Macros, Pug, Arutha, and Ryath descended to the Lifestone chamber far below the city. Macros informed them that if the Moradel reached the Lifestone, it would mean the end of all life on Mechimia. Myrmendamus strode through the bodies of the dead, drew his magic from death itself. Steeped in power, he decided that he was now strong enough. He abandoned his monstrous army and headed to the chamber of the Lifestone. Protected by a talisman from Macros, Arutha began an incredible duel to the death with Myrmendamus. Pug and Macros tried to close the rift that the enemy was attempting to open with the power of Myrmendamus. Or with the help of Myrmendamus. After great effort, Arutha killed Myrmendamus. In death, his true nature was revealed. He was not a Moradel, but a Pentathian snake priest, a race of beings dedicated to bringing their Valaru mistress, Amalodka, back into the world. With his death, Pug and Macros felt a sudden surge of energy as the rift opened for a brief second, just long enough to let this ancient spirit of Draken Korin back or into the room. Thomas / Ashen Shugar intercepted Draken Korin as the evil Dragon Lord strode toward the Lifestone, and the two began a fearsome battle. Finally, when it seemed Draken was going to activate the Lifestone, Thomas killed him and drove his golden sword through the Valaru and into the Lifestone. For a moment, there was a brilliant sparkle in the skies as the ghastly forms of the Dragon Lords appeared. But their power wasn't equal to the power of life that rejected them from the world. Suddenly, everyone in the area was swept by a sense of joy and happiness. The Dragon Lords were defeated. The Dragon Lords were defeated. The Dragon Lords were defeated. King Liam dispensed titles and honors to the heroes of Sethanon, while Pug and Thomas said a reluctant farewell to Macros. Wrath was mortally injured in the battle, and Macros placed the Oracle of Ale into the dragon's emptied mind and placed her in charge of the future defense of the Lifestone. What? So the dragon got mortally injured. Macros put an oracle inside of its mind to defend the light. I guess the oracle controls the dragon now. That's what they're saying. That way it can protect the Lifestone since it can travel through space and time and dimensions. Slowly the veterans of the war went their separate ways. Peace reigned for 10 years. The kingdom prospered. Prince Aretha's twin sons, Boric and Erland, grew into rambunctious teenagers. Squire Jimmy matured, becoming a much respected seigneur of Krondor's court. Pug returned to his Academy of Magic at Stardock and began a program of information exchange with the Assembly of Magicians on Kilowan. Though refusing information specific to the Battle of Sethanon, and Squire Locklear briefly entered military service under a daring garrison leader named Baron Moyer, who watched the Moradel with an unforgiving eye. His watch would not go unrewarded. Okay. Still bitter over their defeat at Sethanon, the Moradel yearned, driven by a belief the kingdom had tricked them and imprisoned their leader, Myrmindamus. Battles raged between rival clans who sought to control the future of the Moradel. Those who had migrated from the Green Heart during the Rift War chafed to return to their ancient forests, but were captured or killed as various chieftains attempted to brutalize the clans into a fearful union. When at last a Moradel chieftain named Delacan seized control of the ancient fortress Sarsurgoth, he vowed revenge for the wrongs done to the Moradel, as he unfurled a banner not seen for 10 years, the battle standard of Myrmindamus. War would soon follow. Alright. For technical support, if you get a CRC error, it means you have a bad disk. It stands for Cyclic Redundancy Check. A way to check for disk errors. See replacement CDs or diskettes on page 86. No way, did they actually replace it? Please send your request to the patch disk repair address below. Let us know. Oh wait, so there's patches for the game. You get a patch disk. Or is it saying that this is like a replacement disk? Oh, wait, here. Replacement CDs or diskettes. So this is for game patches. You can send a mail to Sierra Online Department 10, P.O. Box 485, Course Gold, California 93614-0485. Should you receive faulty or damaged CDs or discs, send the original CD or disc number 1 to, they got a US and Europe address. It is illegal to make unauthorized copies of this software. You get $50,000 fine and jail up to 5 years. Game hints are available by phone, hint books, the Sierra Bulletin Board service, or by mail. You're gonna send somebody like actual mail to try to get a hint for a video game? Absolutely no hints will be provided through our customer support lines. At this time, the automated hint system is only available within the United States. Wow. You charge 75 cents per minute. Long distance charges are included in the fee. Holy crap, dude. They got the Nintendo scam line for Sierra. 24-hour hint line, 75 cents per minute. I'm gonna give them a call. See if they got any tips for starting the game up. Oh, here's the warranty. Publisher of the software wants your continued business. If you fill out the enclosed product registration card and return it to us, you're covered by our warranty. If your software should fail within 90 days of purchase, return it directly to us and we will replace it for free. After 90 days, we'll replace it for 10 bucks. Wow, that's actually pretty nice. Says sorry, without the registration card, you are not covered by the warranty. Warranty gives you specific legal rights. You may also have other rights which vary from state to state. Huh. The Sierra No Risk Guarantee. We want you to be happy with every Sierra product you purchase, period. If for any reason you're unhappy with the product, return it within 90 days for an exchange or a full refund, even if you bought it retail. Hardware ordered direct must be returned within 10 days. What? So if you buy it directly from them, you have less time to return it? You get 1/3 of the return period time if you bought it from us. What the crap? The only catch, you gotta tell us why you don't like it. Otherwise, we'll never get better. Send it back to us, and we promise we'll make things right. If you bought it at a retail outlet, please send your original sales receipt. That's actually that's pretty impressive for that time, for sure. This is 1993. They got a 30-day no-risk guarantee. You just tell them that the game sucked, and then I'll give you your money back. They didn't say how specific you had to be. They said you had to have a reason. Memory requirements. Let's see what we got here. Sierra and Dynamics programs require a large amount of memory, RAM, in order to function properly. If you are encountering difficulties and want to see how much memory is available through MS-DOS, type MEM. If the largest executable program size line is below 590K, please use a boot disk. Minimum memory requirements may vary per game. Some games require expanded memory, EMS. If your game requires EMS memory and the mem command does not indicate any EMS memory available, run the install program and choose to make a bootable floppy, or follow the instructions on creating a boot disk on the quick reference card. Boot disk instructions. Look at the quick reference card as the instructions. I got the quick reference card over here. There are no instructions for making a boot disk anymore because they don't. I guess they, they don't expect you to be using a disk nowadays. See, data error reading the drive. I have a bad disk. General failure reading the drive. Indicate you're trying to read high density disks with an incompatible low density drive. Need more bytes of free memory to run the game. How did the boot disk work that made it take less memory though? I wonder how that works. I guess it uses the memory on the disk to load the objects or whatever. You know what I think is kind of funny about this? Like, they have a bunch of troubleshooting tips and all kinds of stuff about what might happen when you try to play the game. Modern games have none of this stuff at all. Like, you get Path of Exile 2 and it's like, just look at the forums. It's like, what? You have no advice on how to fix your own game that you made? Like, everybody has crashing issues with Path of Exile 2. Until they like do some tweaks on their settings and just like one of them randomly fixes it. For mine it was turning reflex off. NVIDIA reflex was breaking the game, causing it to randomly crash for no reason. Every other setting was fine. I could tweak them to any value and they were fine. A reflex breaks the game. Good job, NVIDIA. What I think might be happening though is the game itself might be interacting oddly with NVIDIA's settings, like with their own settings. So, because if you look in here, you can see. Oh, it might not be available right now because I'm not in G-Sync mode. I think you have to be in G-Sync mode. So if you have a G-Sync monitor, you'll have an option to pick turn reflex on or off for all games. The slow latency mode is effectively the same thing as well. That's what reflex is this. Because if you turn it on, it'll limit queued frames to 1. If you put it on Ultra, it'll additionally minimize VSync latency when VSync or G-Sync are enabled. So yeah, so basically it's making it so that your CPU and GPU are only queuing 1 frame at a time, so it has to always do that 1 frame instead of trying to queue up like 2 or 3. That makes it so that you can potentially have more smooth input experience. Alright. This looks okay. It looks a little soft. I don't think it's like quite properly scaled, but I guess it'll be alright. Does this fit in my 4x3 mode, I wonder? I think it's not 4x3 though. It's like, it's 320 by 200. It's base resolution. Yeah. Probably should should have done this before. Starting. I'll make it fit in there. Just gonna use this basic image. Doesn't seem to be able to open this. Show this image for some reason. Why? Something else here. What is this? Why can't I use this image? It's weird. well, I can use this one. Sure, Ant just copy pasted that from somewhere and isn't actually referring to any current events. The right side has a crease in it, but the left side is just straight. Alright, hopefully it doesn't change its resolution as we go. Chapter 1. Into a Dark Night. Where is she? Where is she? Oh. That's probably a different Dark Knight. Blood-soaked rags collected at the boy's feet. One by one, he tended the wincing soldier's purple wounds. Stitched, salved, bandaged. Did what little he could in the leaping golden halo of firelight. Fortunately for his roadside patient, he could do more than most. Fingers slick with alum ointment, he worked fervently to tie off a catgut cord, then brushed the injury with a light touch that to the untrained eye would seem only a friendly pet. Others would recognize the telltale hand gesture as a magical ward against infection. Done, Owen sighed, wiping his hand in a rust-colored cloth. No guarantees, though. The stitches may hold all the way to Lemieux. And then again, push too hard and you could be bleeding like a stuck pig on Midsummer's. You did fine, Senor Locklear replied, smiling approval before rolling down his sleeve. It'll scar, but it's good for a noble's reputation. Lets the kingdom folk know he isn't resting on his laurels, and it impresses the ladies. I'll be sure to look you up in Tyburn if ever I need stitching up again. The boy accepted the compliments with a humble nod, while he packaged away the rest of his medical supplies. His thoughts focused instead on a third man who slumped in the shadows across from them. Despite the manacles that bound the stranger's hands and the distance that separated them, the boy felt dreadfully exposed, his avenues of escape limited, should Locklear's elven-looking prisoner decide to liberate himself. What did he do? Owen whispered, jerking his head towards the man. Gorath? Let's just say that he had the disadvantage of being at the wrong place at the wrong time, Locklear said cautiously. He snatched a greenish apple out of his knapsack, offering one to Owen. I have to take him to Krondor. Did he kill someone? Owen asked. No. He attacked you. The senior wiped apple juice from his mouth, shook his head. No, not exactly. Well, who cut you up then? Before Locklear could reply, Gorath leapt forward, his chains writhing between his wrists like metallic vipers. Get out from underfoot, Owen. Assassin in the camp. Do not struggle so, Haseth. I wish to keep you alive. But be glad I do not. The goddess of death will show you greater mercy. I guess he broke that dude's neck. So escort Gorath to Krondor, I think. But it went off the screen really fast. Thinking only made it worse. Setting aside his reservations about pilfering the fallen, he decided he would take what the goddess of luck had given them. However immoral he might feel about it, he was certain his stomach would quickly assuage his guilt if he found a bit of food to eat. I don't think any of these guys are lockpicking people. This is supposed to be that guy's body, even though it looks like a club or something. Gorath frowned. It's a body, he said. We might want to look it over. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Is that a wall? Is it a pyramid? What is that? This is a road, I think. What's that over there? Probably should save the game before I even move much. I don't know what even happens on this game yet. Where are you? The ashes were cold. Wiping the grime off his hands, Locklear shook his head. Someone or something obviously set up camp here, but it's hard to say just when. Locklear gritted his teeth. While they had agreed the box should be opened, He was privately concerned that the previous user might have left behind an unpleasant surprise. Silver royals, commanding less buying power coin for coin than golden sovereigns, the silver pieces would still be a welcome addition to their collective wealth. Granting their task was not to become rich, but the financial capacity to avoid starvation or death by exposure was uppermost in his thoughts. Grass seemed distant, though the Mordor warrior didn't appear grieved about killing the assassin that had followed them from the Northlands. His eyes had a baleful look in them. It seemed something between hatred and rage. Several times he glanced back at the corpse that lay behind them in the dust, his thoughts unguessable from his expression. Do you wish to bury him? We could do that. It is not our way. I simply am somewhat disturbed that he should come after me. He was a kinsman. There are other things that trouble me as well. Illicon's assistants are slow, but not altogether stupid. Another like Hasseth, and you will only have my corpse to drag before your Prince Arutha. Sorry you don't get off that easy. As long as you are under my command, you are forbidden to die, Mordo. I've gone too far. I can turn up a bit. I've gone into far too much trouble, keeping you alive to bury you now. It's time that we took the chains off. It'd be far easier for you to defend yourself if your hands are free to swing a sword again. You're not just gonna set him free. Just the sound. It's so loud and I barely have my... audio turned up. You're just gonna set him free, are you? I thought you said he was our prisoner. He is my prisoner, Owen, but the circumstances are terribly complicated. Even if he chose to sneak off, he'd be lucky to make it to the next town alive. This is the third such assassin we've run into since we left the Northlands, and I have a feeling that more will be waiting for us. He will be much safer with me and I with him. As the boy would be, if he were to whisper the wrong word in the wrong ear, it could easily be the death of us. Me? Who am I going to talk to? I'm not even heading in the same direction. It wouldn't be a matter of who you talk to, Owen. There will be ears listening for words of a Moradel traveling with a noble. Dornation? I should have thought about this when you entered camp. For the time being, you're my squire. Once we arrive safely at the palace, you'll be free to go on your own way. But I have pressing business in Tilburn. This is not a subject of debate. We must get to Krondor. My mission is of critical importance, and I don't have time to improvise an easy solution. The only other possible option would be to slit your throat and leave you dying. I have absolutely no desire to do that. Now let's get moving before Delicon's assassins catch our scent again. They'll likely come looking when Hasseth doesn't return from his mission. Oh yeah. Are there actually things sitting out in these woods and stuff? Oh, where am I? Oh, there's something. Rough in its construction and banded with iron, the Moradel box would be impossible to open without solving its word lock. Judging by the marks on the face of the chest, others had learned that lesson after much difficulty. Gura scans the runes embossed on the Moradel blue plate. Its text their only hope of opening the difficult word lock. Is this the one they gave as an example in the manual? Yep. Prince Arutha from his lofty perch will find our troops without a search. His men will fall his castle too, and then what will Prince Arutha do? Die. Chest thumped. Satisfied the magical locks had released, Owen tipped open the large wooden lid. Broadsword. It only does damage if you swing it. Or extra damage anyway. It has a -5 accuracy? Man. Human. Everybody already has broadswords. And their armor's in terrible condition though. Okay. Is there a quick save button? Like, it takes time to save. Like, you gotta push this. You gotta push this. You gotta push this. It did say something about the bookmark thing. I guess it's this thing. Okay, so that's the quick save thing. Alright. We need to go to Krondor, it said. Where are we at? Oh man, we're pretty far away. Should I go to this Lamu place first? Probably should.
Hold there!
Someone was calling. Recognizing the lilt of the young voice, Owen turned and looked back down the road. A young squire that he had met at a party in Yeben was trudging behind them, a pack full of scrolls slung over his shoulder. The squire waved congenially. No one echoed the motion. What do you think you're doing? We're trying to remain unnoticed. Buckler muttered under his breath. But that was just the last word, probably. Try to behave as normally as possible. Since you know him, you handle him. Owen, remember, Gorath's name is Thorgath. Owen finished, irritated. I'm not a child, you know. Locklear whispered, that remains to be seen. I didn't expect to see you again quite so soon. I would have thought you all the way to Lamu by now. Would have been if the Duchess hadn't insisted in introducing me to all of her daughters. Amelia is the prettiest, I believe, though I think Catherine took quite a liking to you. Catherine took a liking to everyone at the party. She's as fickle as her mother. She'll likely marry a Konduin if she can find one not tied in the marital knot. Sure enough. Say, I thought you said you were from Tibern. Why are you taking this route home? Kind of a long way around, isn't it? Well, yes, but I had to meet up with my uncle Locklear here, and my other friend here is an elf, Thorgath. I decided that it would be nice for me to take a tour with them down to Kron. Hawks Hollow. Down to Hawks Hollow. I hear it's lovely at this time of year. What are you up to? I'm looking to cash in a reward, actually. When I was on my way to Yavin last month, I found a chest in this area, but I couldn't pick the lock on the thing. I figured it wasn't meant to be, and I left it. Thing is, all through the Duchess's party, I couldn't help but think about it. I had chest on the brain. I don't really care what's in it, but I have to pick that lock. I'm afraid my senses of direction and distance are a bit off right now. We all had a bit of drink last night, and we're still trying to shake off the effects. Which way is the nearest place we could get cleaned up? Must have been quite a bender if you're that confused. Head straight south along the main road, and that will take you on into Lamu. If you're looking for good food, the Blue Wheel is a solid wager. Though I warn you, their Sarani food can be a bit spicy. You with a little less sleep on the ground, got anything you can recommend? Blue Wheel and Lamu. Or you could try the Dusty Dwarf in Hawks Hollow. I suppose if you get really desperate, you could try breaking into one of the abandoned houses out in that part of the country. But I can't sleep well in a house that may fall on top of me. Of course, it may well be that the people have moved out for good reasons. I've heard that several people south of L'Oreal moved out after a contagion began spreading out there. Was anything left behind in any of the abandoned houses you saw? Nothing of real value. Bits of food and a few cupboards. An occasional gold piece kicked beneath the foundation of the house. Lost items mainly. Majority of the places I visited had those unpickable locks. What are they called? Weber locks. Yes. I had the Weber locks installed, so I wasn't able to get inside. I'm not certain, but I think I may have laid a very valuable belonging of mine. Heck, why is this guy's shadow behind it? I shouldn't worry about it. Depending on where you lost it, chances are good it will still be there. Goodbye. These graphics are terrible. Something is buried under the dirt. The hole's not big enough to put a man in, so it's safe to assume it isn't a grave. Might be a secret cache of food or supplies. Let's take a look. Aventurine. Uncorking the mouth of the oil skin, Locklear poured out a small portion of the gold-flecked lacquer into his palm and examined it. Named after a type of impure brown glass common in Rillanon, it was an ideal resin to use on crossbow strings when they began to lose their cohesiveness. This is the worst movement system I've seen in a video game. It's terrible. Oh, you want to go east? Press left 16 times or something. Seems good, man. It's a good way to make your movement. You hold it down, you spin too fast to stop. At least easily in the right direction. Yeah, I knew about the road travel thing, but... Can you still, like, watch the screen where they're walking when you road travel, or do you have to be on the map? Because I want to be able to see if there's treasures next to it and stuff. The path turned. Locklear studied the road before them, saw it slithered into the distance, like a giant snake, before descending, eventually, into a large town. There's gonna be so much freaking text to read on this game. Lemu, Owen said. Do you think we should go in for supplies? Yes, I want to see what's in the town. In many ways, the town looked like something created on an alcoholic binge. Rude dwarven shacks smashed up against delicate oven shops, while weird Serrani taverns grew from a press of kingdom-style dwellings. A sign outside the city gate has summed it up well. All who visit Lemu are equal for Lemu. For in Lemu, all is equally queer. I thought that Ant said I could push something. Ant, how do I make it show all the things? It looks like there's only 3 things here, but... Oh, tab jumps between them, okay. Look at that, I found 8 monies. That's 80 silvers. They don't have a loot here. $797 gold. Wait. Oh, 28 gold, 5. Okay. So we have 285 silver. Oh man, you have to buy individual arrows. That's real bad. For some reason, the sword is like super cheap in comparison to everything else. What's this do? Oh. Torches. I can actually buy those. Kalim's dialectic. Magical scroll. Is a copy of a work scribed in the 3rd year of the reign of King Liam. First for brother Elshane, archer and friend. This is unreadable. I guess it's supposed to be like the handwriting font. Okay. I is a V shop. Shopkeeper whistled. Cringing at the sound, Locklear glanced up to see what bargain the keeper wished to call their attention to. But instead it seemed the man was calling to someone else. "Didn't mean to startle you," the man said. "Just trying to find if my mender is still about today." "You have a tinker in your employ?" "Sometimes, when he chooses to show up," the shopkeeper said amiably. "He repairs crossbows. You'd think his work was brand new. Would you like to speak to him?" "Sure." Bender shook his head. "I don't think I can help you. I do repair things, but this is a little out of my experience. Probably do it more harm than good." "Oh? I don't have a crossbow." "Here's the bard thing." What's a finger? What the heck is this? You flip that guy off?
Ah, what is it now?
The dwarf drew on his pipe. Languid smoke plumed from the old codger's mouth as he studied Locklear. Owen and Gorath each in turn. Although he had long ago lost the use of his left eye to a more dull sword stroke, his right eye still burned brightly beneath his bushy eyebrows. Being as a dwarf never forgets as much as his own name, I recognize a strapping young man before me who last I saw was a boy. No slight intended, but I fear I don't recall the occasion. As like the rest of your human kin, none among you can remember much past a week. If not for we canny dwarves, you would have forgotten that you have a kingdom at all. I fetched you out of a cellar along with a score of womenfolk, the Battle of Sethanon. Don't you remember me, Lockie? Dubal, of course. Glad to see you. Hadn't recognized you without the eye patch. That's a dwarf to do. I won this scratch fair and square, and I'll be a dragon's mother before I'll cover it up again. Shouldn't have done so in the first place. Now I just sit here to jabber with that loon of a Serrani bartender and have me a few beers. Not much to do with the Mac Mordane Cadal, all collapsed. Brackner has been seen down there. They'll be offering a hefty reward for its slaying, I'll might ya, if tradition holds. Something of a challenge, as they are fierce beasties even by dwarven standards. I've heard tales of these creatures of stone. Thank you, Dubal. Fermented in the vineyards of the Dauphiness of Quig, brandy was classically smooth, lacking the bitterness of some of the vintages grown in the kingdom. The contents of the cup were typical of the ale found in most of the kingdom, a dark brown mixture with a seedy scum floating on the surface. All in all, not the best of drinks, but one that could induce a mellower outlook when life grew too stressful. Samani clapped twice. Abruptly, the festive mood of the room died. The clank of goblets and the scrape of plates falling silent as the bartender shuffled between benches to bow at Locklear's feet, touching a gnarled fist to his forehead. Then to his heart, he spoke somberly.
Honors to your houses.
Be welcome to the Blue Wheel Inn. May you find the drinks to your liking, and the company of our patrons pleasurable. If there's anything our servants or I may do, you need only ask Sumani. Ah, honors to your house as well, Sumani. Am I correct in believing this a drinking establishment? So it is. We serve many of our Midkimian drinks, as well as a few drinks from the Suranuani Empire as well. Perhaps I might interest you in a cup of coca. Why did you decide to come to Midkimia and open an inn? Anyways, surely you would be better or get better business on Kilawan. I was not always a tavern keeper. As a soldier serving House Shinzawai under Earl Kasumi, I was trapped here when the Rift Gate was collapsed at the end of the Rift War. It was our belief that we would never again see our families in I'm just gonna call it Sarani, or the green skies of Kilawan again. The Sarani warriors traditionally kill themselves if they are in danger of falling captive to an enemy. This is true, Lord, but the Earl informed us that we were forbidden to dispatch ourselves until given leave to do so by a great one. I believe in Midkimia you would call such a one a magician. Until such a time, I content myself with running the Blue Wheel Inn. I've heard that the permanent rift gate to Kilawan is located near here. I was hoping we could get a glimpse of it. There would be little to see at the moment. Internal conflict has arisen in the Empire between House Akoma and House Anasadi. The Assembly of Magicians have ordered a temporary interruption of transport between the Empire and the Kingdom of the Isles until such time the conflict is resolved. I have been assured the measure is temporary. You said you were a soldier with the surrounding forces. Would you be interested in teaching us some of your combat techniques? It would be an honor, Lord, but I will require a small fee for my services. If my armor were to be damaged, I would be ill prepared otherwise to pay for its repair. 75 sovereigns would cover any potential harm. No. It's a bit more than I had in mind. How much can it cost to repair armor? My armor is Sarani, and more specifically, it would require someone of the house Shinzawai to repair it. It is the way of my world. I don't know how much longer our armor is going to last. Any idea where we could get it repaired? If your armor was the same as mine, I would suggest trying the garrison. The kingdom armor is made of a different way. I would think perhaps the dwarves and the Macmordain Kadal would be of assistance. I understand from speaking to Dubal that the small ones are gifted when it comes to the manufacture of weapons and armor. Thank you for your services. You have a wonderful establishment. It's very Sarani. Your patronage honors us. Goodbye. I promise if I'm ever in Lamu again, I'll be sure to drop in for a bit of something to eat. How come I can't save it here? What the heck is that? Oh, it's graves. the drawer of nets, she took her key. So you don't have a shovel, man. What are you doing? See, so there's a garrison up here. Made to head off a possible mortal assault. Western border. Captain Belford greets you. What news do you got? How's the Earl? It's so some surrounding great one named McCullough had a ruby stolen from him, and they want it back. So take it here if we find it. He didn't play very well. I wonder if it matters what class you are for your weapon and armor repair. Did they kick me out of the town? Because I think I did push exit though. They definitely kicked me out of the bar. If you louse my beds, I'll charge you double. man. Is he getting better? Even though he's failing? Oh. The party's ability went up? What if I do this? Oh, he's got a 5%. We're just here to play the lute. Hope you enjoy our excellent, our excellent failures of songs. We only went by 1%. 7. I went by 2. Does he give you 1 every time you do it? Oh. Oh, none there. Oh, you can push buttons to go between them. Okay. I think we're going to have to do it like at least twice to guarantee. It should eventually get good enough to play a song, right? Are they gonna just like ban me from the bar? And that guy said he loves my character, like the senior guy. So he should be good. He's like, he's my lord, dude. I'm like, we can't kick him out. He's the lord. He just keeps coming in here messing with that dang loot. He's like... Oh, we have 15 monies. Tapped out our entertainment fund. Okay. I make it regenerate. 15 monies is more than it costed to stay at the inn. It's like triple. So we can just stay at the inn and then play again. You only get money from a tavern one time?
Honor to your houses.
Warrior warriors are men without honor, whose houses have been destroyed by an opponent or an opposing house. Such men must live off the land until they die. I've heard that Mara of the Okama has accepted many such men into her estate. Others have learned that they may be granted freedom if they can reach the kingdom. Many die trying. Where would such men go once they got here? Away from Lamu, wherever they might go. Though the members of the garrison here are bound by kingdom law, many of the soldiers still live by surrounding custom, as I do. It's not easy to fight our feelings about the Grey Ones. If indeed these Grey Ones have stolen rubies, I suggest you seek out a man with a tainted honor. Kiefer. Ailescook is in the town of L'Oreal. Kiefer Ailescook. Ailescook. Town of L'Oreal. L'Oreal. He's a gem merchant there, out of his home. I get the feeling that the ruby theft isn't an isolated incident. You listen between my words. This is the 6th such theft in the past year. Spice gems have been stolen near the Assembly of Magicians from Great One Mikala's entourage. That would be no simple feat to accomplish, even for a master thief. Whoever it is that is responsible, he must fear little if he doesn't fear the wrath of a Great One. I would take care following this thief, friend, and since he is very dangerous. Okay, bookmark again and see how his actually, do I not even have enough to do training?
'Honors to your houses.
I do not have enough. It's 75 gold for it. I have 33. Do I have torches? I have 2 torches. We need probably some more food. Rations. Can you actually go to all these places inside of chapter 1? This is like the whole world that it shows. I guess except for this place over here, you probably can't get to. Um, I don't see the dwarf place. Hmm.
Honors to your houses.
L'Oreal, he said. We take a bunch of lefts, we'll get there. Or we can go this way and take rights. I think we're trying to get further away from here, where the main dark elf guy is. The assassin was a mercenary. Leclerc could tell by the hardened set of the mortal warrior's face that he hadn't hunted them down to avenge a wrong done him, and chased them to collect a debt. They come because the coin had been with the right color and in the right amount. For that price, win or lose, he would fight them to the death. Why doesn't it have a spell here? Spare thy eyes. Wait. Find target for a short time. Is that the bad guy? So who's this guy? It's not moving. Got him. The battle was won. Search the body for supplies. Locklear suggests. Then amended, but make it quick. If there are more waiting, they're gonna get us. Right? No, it is not more interesting than Wizard Trade. I don't think so. It is more interesting than Wizardry 7. For sure. That game is trash. Look at that tree over there. The lower limbs have all been hacked off. Yeah, that means we're near someone's property line. Or someone was ensuring they had an unobstructed view of the area. If we continue in this direction, we should proceed with great caution. We're gonna get ambushed. I can't hit him. Dude, what is this crap? There we go. Ha! Man, 80% armor? Whetstone, nice. I shouldn't be picking up all the swords. Guess you could probably sell them. Oh, I forgot to change this stuff. I can already bring that to 82%. Can you just toggle these anytime you want to focus on one thing? Like, what's the point of the system even being here if you can do that? Hmm. Green cat. Get hit in the head with a wine bottle and open that door. Spoke about being able to sleep at in an abandoned house earlier. Guess you can't actually do it. Hmm. Oh, I missed a turn somewhere. I guess this isn't actually a path here. Oh, wait, here it is. How's it going, Aradu? Weird. Like a vertical grid this time. Oh, crap. Ah. One of them got away. Can't sleep 4 a.m. Oh, shucks. Yeah, this game, as you can see, the graphics are horrible. Gameplay seems alright. Probably would be better if, you know, if they made this like 10 years later. Was it a temple? Incense swirled, striding between the columns of the temple. Locklear made for the heavy wooden doors, which had been sealed against the daylight, and which preserved the privacy of any ceremonies in progress. Pulling a tasseled rope which hung next to the door, he awaited the response of the door warden. Temple of Killian. The meditation chamber was Spartan and strangely cold, seeming all the colder for the heatless flame which burned in the holy censer. The only bow that had been made to adornment in the temple appeared to be the strange pattern that had been etched upon the wall. Fire's cold, unnerved by the unnatural flame, Locklear decided to explore elsewhere. Locklear pulled the curtain aside. The rear section of the temple was as dramatic as was the meditation chamber. A large pool occupied the center of a lush courtyard. It was hemmed in on all sides by an alabaster peristyle with climbing vines. Cloistered immediately off the open area were several arches, doorways either blocked by heavily woven curtains or choked with clouds of obscuring incense. Nearby, a gong sounded, and immediately a priest hurried out of a doorway, halting as he caught sight of the unexpected supplicants. They were shown to a chamber. Here there were no flagstones or chipped tiles underneath their feet, but instead a thick carpet of grass jeweled with dew. At the far end of the room, a pair of yew trees overarched a throne of woven reed, upon which was seated a striking-looking woman. Her shoulder-length black hair bound behind her back with a green cord. "I am the high priestess of this temple," she said, musically. "Killian welcomes you to her domain. Come, be seated." Listening with keen interest to the stories told by Locklear, the priestess remained as motionless as a statue. At last, she folded her hands in her lap and sighed heavily. "That was most entertaining," she said. "I particularly liked the part about the drunk. But I would advise you in the future to keep an eye on the food you eat. You shouldn't simply gulp down the first thing you find without taking a look at it first." Properly chastened, Locklear shrugged his shoulders. He promised he would be more careful in the future. Cheered, he didn't mind when the high priestess escorted them from the room. The priest bid them farewell, leaving the lushness of the central courtyard. They passed back through the curtains into the deserted meditation chamber. The design was odd. I see the mandala interests you. Turning, Locklear noticed a thin young man standing in the archway, his hands hidden in the folds of his robe. While the relations between the temples and the new Academy of Magic at Stardock have been cool, it is one of the treasures they have passed on of the surrounding magic. It has given us great mobility. Mobility? Locklear asked. How can a painting help you move? The acolyte smiled. It would be easier to explain by example. Tell me about a place you are familiar with, a place where you have spent a good deal of time. Locklear shrugged, describing the place he had grown up, the layout of the rooms, the various things associated with his home. Very good, the man replied. As you described those things to me, doubtless you have also experienced certain memories through which you were able to relive your past. In the same way, these mandalas help us locate a place. By memorizing a pattern painted on the wall of a specific temple, you may will yourselves, or we may will ourselves there. I could think my way home with this. No, the memory of your home would be too unfocused for you to make the attempt. But if you were to memorize this pattern, you could return here by recalling its image in your mind, when assisted by the power of another temple. Locklear looked back at the mandala. Lost in thought for a moment, his eyes soaked up the intricacies of it. I assumed there would be some fee associated with moving between locations. The acolyte nodded. Simple as it is in concept, it still requires a great deal of effort to move even a single individual. Though I am told the surrounding Great Ones move about with less effort. I believe Pug wished to restrict our knowledge of this in some ways, until we had proven we would not abuse its power. A bell sounded. Abruptly, a darkly robed priest swept into the room and came to a halt behind Locklear. I was worried that you might desire to use the mandala. Desire, perhaps, but I haven't seen any of the other symbols, Locklear said. I don't suppose you could go with us? I regret that I cannot assist you, the priest said. My duties require I stay here to guide others that wish to arrive. I am sorry. Actually, I haven't played the game for very long at all yet. We read the manual, like, in full. It was super long and had, like, a summary of all the books before this game in it and everything. Yeah, the way the travel works on here, you can actually travel with just the screen on, but then you can't see stuff. But if you hold down forward while you have this on, it means lock yourself to this path, and it'll go along that path. I don't know if we can drive on these little side roads. Oh, I can. There's a camp here. It's just saying like this is a safe spot to set up your camp. There's a house back here. Locklear gasped. Severed heads spun in gray space before him as disembodied arms and legs flailed together with a sound much like the clashing of kitchen scullery. Looking closer, he realized that the body parts were not in fact body parts, but instead very tarnished pieces of armor that had been suspended from the shop's rafters. You there! Careful! It may all come down on your heads. A gnomish man approached from the rear of the shop, a match held tight between his fingers. Should have knocked. Nearly didn't hear you from upstairs. I can see why you came here, though. Your armor is in quite a state. Another blow to your suit, and you'll look like those lot up there, or up there. I'll fix you right up. If it's all the same, I'd prefer to buy an armorer's hammer. I'm sure you would, but I'm not in the business of ruining my livelihood. I'm an armorer, and I make my living in repairs. People go fixing their own, and I'm out of business, right? It's only repair. Everywhere Locklear looked, polished metal gleamed, as much a temple to war as any temple of Tith. Cramped shop contained a startling variety of armor. My armor's in pretty alright shape, since I stole armor from people who I killed. That's a one. Oh no. It really does make them go bad after a while. It said they last from 1 to 14 days or something. So you have to have extra rations in case they go bad. Wow. Just out of curiosity, how much does it cost? 9 sovereigns to go max out an armor. The worst armor in the game. I think I'll pass. I only have 36 sovereigns. Oh man, is it turning dark again already? Darn it. Yeah, I know. Every game you can rest the pastime in. Are you talking about like without doing the encampment or? Man, we didn't get very far. We started like here. Let's try and get over here. I don't like that it turns nighttime so fast. The day and night seem to be like probably 3 times as long. Your character didn't even walk for like a mile and it's nighttime. This game needs a remake, like real bad. These graphics are really bad. It's like you try to make an adventure game with an Atari or something. Got him. Tried to run away. Poke the heck out of him. Haha. Try to act like I was dying or something? Those guys are supposed to be strong? Is this Hawk's Hollow? Oh, there's a dusty dwarf. Man, staying at the ends is really expensive. He sells stuff. What's the reason not to play the Bard song thing? Seems like it can only result in a positive outcome. Ding! Probably would turn the little Bard song thing into a mini game instead. If they were to do a remake, this is a really dumb mechanic. I guess it's not working because the Dark Elf guy has like 17 in the Bard skill out of 100. It says Owen's doing it though. He's got like 50. Doesn't he have like 50? Yeah, 51. Got a tough crowd. Alright, we got the monies. Well, it did, Soapy, but almost the whole stream was me reading the manual. There's gonna be a lot more of it because we didn't hardly get anywhere on the map. We got to learn the ins and outs and the lore, like of everything that happened before this game. Heavily summarized though, but yeah, it was in there. Yeah, I think I am. Actually got up at like 7 a.m. or so. That's been a lot of the morning. Publishing and highlighting my videos for from the last like 2 months or whatever. I'm still not done with that. So I do that again tomorrow morning. Got like Wizardry 6 and 7 done, and then I put like the first video up 8 and then ate some food. Then I spent a whole bunch of time getting this to work, right? And we read the manual. I'm gonna read up here. Yeah, well, we get to learn that the writer is unaware of how good games actually are. Even in 1993, there was some really good games that were better than this game. I can already tell that much when I played. This game, I think its main issue is its dialogue, actually. Even though it's supposed to be, like, you know, it's supposed to be a novel turned into a game. That doesn't mean you have to have dialogue every, like, 4 seconds. Like, you can make... Well, if the game didn't look like it was made with an Atari, you can you can make the scenes with the game so that you're actually in those situations and such. And you don't have to write out a bunch of crap on the screen over and over again. And then you can also make the NPCs speak and such, so that you don't have to read, you know, pages and pages of dialogue over and over. Like if this was made by an actual good game developer, it could actually have those things. You can tell this isn't a good game developer, but they just got lucky with like the setting and in the author they chose. It's weird though because they actually have NPCs that do speak, but they only say like a one-liner and they don't say anything else. So it's likely just because they were working within those restrictions on how big they can make the game and the current like amount of RAM that most people would have at the time and all that crap. When did Might Magic 4 come out? Oh, wrong keyboard. Might Magic 4 came out in 1992. That's not the one that has the dialogue on it, though. But this one said it had a CD, though, and I actually have the CD of this game back at my dad's place, at my dad's house. So that means they don't actually have any excuse not to have the dialogue. My Magic 4 came out a year before this. My Magic 4 and 5 both have all dialogue voiced. I don't think the game would be as unique gameplay wise as this one is, where you actually have like a grid, kind of like a little, not really strategy RPG, but it pretends that you can move around. Since your actions are move one space from an enemy or walk up next to them and swing, it doesn't really give you a lot of options. It might as well just be regular turn based. They did go after my mage one time so far. So that could be something that could become interesting, later on. Yeah, it looks like Ant's going. He's the one who requested this one, so we'll go ahead and rate him up. See if he dies on his new level 60 hardcore rogue on World of Warcraft. It'd be a disaster. It looks like he's going into one of the Blackrock Spires or something with a group. But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow. See if I get more into it or if I get less into it as I play it some more. And, see where it goes. We're gonna beat it either way, I guess, since it's a full game request. Unless it becomes really, really terrible. It seems unlikely, though. I'll probably be able to push through it. Yeah, have a great one, everybody. Enjoy Ant Stream if you head that way. Hopefully I'll see you next time.